We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance and Mr. Barr.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. So at this point, I would like to welcome any guests, but it doesn't look like we have any guests unless they're online. So moving on, I will also note that we have 6 of our members here. Ms. Parsons is currently absent. So with that, look for a motion to approve the agenda.
President, you guys know your screen. I move to approve the agenda.
Second. All right, thank you. I have a motion by Ms. Peterson, a second by Mr. Farr. Any further discussions on the agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 6-0. At this point, we will move down to public participation for items listed on the agenda. And I don't see anybody, so we will close that. Move down to item number 6, the consent agenda.
Mr. President,
Yes, Mr. Peterson.
I move to approve the consent agenda. Okay.
All right, I have a motion by Ms. Peterson, a second by Ms. Lyons to approve the consent agenda. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 6-0. Thank you. All right, at this point, we'll move down to item number 8. Before we get started, I'd just like to note that it looks like we have most all the cabinet here and most of the board. So I think the intent today is to have a real robust discussion on the agenda items. This is a good opportunity for everybody to, if you have any items that have really been bugging you about any of the items that we're going to discuss, to really, this is a good time to hash it all out and get all of our thoughts down regarding, facilities, budget, all that type of thing. So with that, I will turn the time over to Mr. Workman to get us going on item number 8.
Thank you, Mr. President. So yes, appreciate the opportunity to have this workshop today, and look forward to the robust discussion and opportunities to provide clarification or even new thinking if there are things or directions that this board wishes for the cabinet to begin to move in. There will be opportunities with the final agenda item to request items for the next for a future board meeting. And so with that, we thought the best order to start this with would be to go through some budgeting 101, and then we'll get into facilities. And then after that, we'll start to get into some of the curricular and accountability side of things, curriculum assessment, and so forth, and then round it out with future district performance plans and also superintendent evaluations. So with that, I think we'll start with Kyle and Carmen.
Thank you. Kyle Rodriguez, Fiscal Services Officer for the record. So we're going to start with the PowerPoint and a recap on the People-Centered Funding Plan. So the PCFP, referred to as the People-Centered Funding Plan, went into effect in FY22, which replaced the over 70-year-old Nevada plan. It really streamlined on how K-12 was funded, and it is broken out between the adjusted base and auxiliary funding, and then the non-duplicative weighted funding. So we have special ed, English learners, gifted and talented, and at risk. The non-duplicative part is important because, for example, a student cannot be classified in special education and at risk. We only get funding in the highest weighted category. So on the one that we receive both, there's no double dipping. And at any point, if you have questions, please feel free to interrupt. All right. So this is the breakdown for our FY24 PCFT and state revenue. So the adjusted base funding, we received $10,943.04 per student and $911.92 per month. The adjusted base funding is updated quarterly with adjustments through NDE. So the following month after the quarter, we would either be deducted or increased depending on our average daily enrollment. For local special education, we received 9.56 million, and EL 1.9, gifted and talented. So at the beginning of this fiscal year, you might remember we did not receive any funding for GT. After myself and Sam Felix went and audited our enrollment, we did find out that we had students and we received $27,000. At risk is 1.65. So we do receive quarterly special education funds from the state, not included in the pupil-centered funding of 4.47 million. And then auxiliary transportation is $5 million. So for the weights, I wanted to break out. So EL, GT, and at risk and special education are recorded into their special revenue funds. But with that, the $9.5 million that is from the pupil-centered funding plan is recorded by law into the general fund, and we provide a transfer to special education. So for FY24, we will transfer $11.9 million from the general fund to the special education fund. So we transfer $2.3 million in excess of state funding to cover our special education program.
Let me touch on that. So just to quickly touch on that. So before the PCFP, we used to always share that we're underfunded with special education, and we were making an $8 million annual transfer. So the PCFP did change that. We're not necessarily being funded the way we should be, but they have allocated special education as a weight. So we get special education funding, and now, so in theory, we've gone from only transferring $8 million from the general fund to $2 million from the general fund, based on the new pupil-centered funding plan. So that's a tweak they made, so districts like us couldn't say we're transferring a fortune into special education.
So just a quick question now. So on that, I know one of the arguments that I've heard is that we try to get as many people as we can into the special education program because somehow we're making money on those students. So this would seem to be not the case. Is that correct?
That is correct. And throughout the biennium, we have not received our final FY25 numbers, but historically they have not increased at the same percentage of raises or to provide ample support to students. So the transfer most likely will go up in FY25.
Right. If I may add to that, I also want to remind everyone that IDEA is a federal law, came about around 1973. And since 1973, IDEA by the federal government has only been funded at, the highest mark it was ever funded was around 13%. Currently it's funded just under 12% from the federal government. So if you want to talk about an unfunded mandate, this is absolutely an unfunded mandate. A necessary mandate, in my personal opinion. We need this for our students with disabilities. However, that is one of the heavy platforms AASA and governing board were focusing on this past summer as we were advocating with our federal legislators, is that they need to fully fund IDEA to the level that is expected for us to implement. So I just wanted that little tidbit too. So this literally is a lot of state money that is going into special ed. It's not federal money, only less than 12% is.
I just had a question on that. Obviously, I brought this up before with the G&T program and the small pittance that we allow that we're giving to the. Where exactly then? I mean, I know of each school and that they have there are quite a few G&T programs in the various schools. What exactly we're spending $27,000 on?
So that's just the amount we are given to run our program. So we do have 3.5 teachers. So we do transfer $500,000 to the Gifted and Talented program. So it is recorded in
We augment it out of the general fund.
Correct. It is just funded from the general fund. This is just the amount of funding we qualify for. No one is funded 100% sufficiently in the state for Gifted and Talented.
See, wrong. Okay, thanks.
All right, next slide. All right, so this slide is to represent the change in from just taking our general fund balance to with the pupil-centered funding, we now take all weighted funding into consideration for calculating our ending fund balance. So eliminates us transferring money to other weighted funds and having a lower fund balance. So all fund balances in the weighted funds are taken into consideration. By law, we have to have a minimum 5% ending fund balance, and that cannot exceed 16.6% without us having to revert money to the state education fund. Currently, we sit at a 10.9%, which is healthy. 12% is what the standard is. That typically meets the 3 months sufficient requirements, with 10.9 by no means is a shortfall. And again, that is taking into consideration our general fund, GT, at-risk, EL, and special education. And then the pie chart is going to show our FY23 actual expenditures for all pupil-centered funding plans. So 81% of our expenses are salaries and benefits. As we all know, K-12 is labor intensive. And then 8% of purchase services, 6% of that is providing contracts to positions that we could not fill. So if, in theory, if we were fully staffed, that would be closer to 90%. Moving forward with the budget timelines, in May, you'll be presented with both the tentative and final budget for FY25. We are currently working on that and receiving final numbers for the next fiscal year from NDE. And the monthly budget transfers are going to the board every month, and this is just to be just provide available resources for expenses that we did not budget for available, and this is in compliance with NRS 354.
And just to touch a little bit on the timelines as well. I know we're not going to necessarily go through all the dates, but in a 6-month span, Mr. Rodriguez basically presents 3 different years worth of budgets. We just finished a 23 audit. We're working in 24 and we're building 25. So we're constantly bringing forward budgets for approval. It's because of that. It's not because anything is significantly changed, but it's simply because that's just how the state education works. We're being audited in the year before. We're in a different year and we have to build 8 months in advance before the year even starts, before we even know enrollment in September. We have to build a budget in May to present for 25. So anywhere else, it doesn't make any sense, but that's education for us. So just wanted to highlight that.
Yes, thank you. So, and then moving on to our projects and goals. So as we talked about with the audit, so the student activity funds are changed as necessary to be in compliance with GASB 84, which provides the district with ample oversight of all student activity funds. This changed the accounting requirements from a fiduciary fund to a special revenue fund. So the budget and accounting had changed as we cannot blow out functions for the fund. So they will all be moving to Wells Fargo. So the district has ample oversight. And this change is going to have an impact on the business office with additional bank reconciliations, increased reporting and monitoring, as it is a special revenue fund. And then we have to update our ERP IV accounting system to the 30-digit account code. As under fiduciary fund, you did not have to, but now that it is a special revenue fund, we have to get in compliance. So we are currently underway with that project. This will provide a positive change for all schools because it will allow them to receive Apple or Square Pay for all sporting events and concessions when we get there. So as we move away from cash, we are hoping that this increases the student activity funds for our school sites. Now,
So will they no longer be able to enter a game without having this Apple Square Pay, or they won't be able to use cash any longer?
so no, we will not mandate any change. It's just a lot of schools currently ask if we can assist with setting up Apple Pay, especially for concessions. And this is just, once we have the oversight, I can assist with that, but we will not mandate a change.
Currently, it's mandated that we can only accept cash because we're not set to accept anything else, any form of digital currency. So with this change, we'll be able to accept both, which is a big deal for those who don't have the $12 cash on hand for concessions or whatever.
Just tried to attend my granddaughter's swim meet in California. They would no longer accept cash.
Yes, there are school districts that I'm familiar with that have gone completely cashless, especially for school lunch. And we are not there yet, or I see moving there, but it is a thing that is happening across
You guys just ruined my excuse for my kids of why they can't get anything at the concession stand.
Thank you for funding the student activity.
And shifting away from cash, truthfully, if you ask the business office, is something that we'd absolutely love to do, because cash brings a plethora of different problems and handling and auditing, concerns. So,
That's what I changed.
yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. So I guess our ultimate goal one day, who knows when that is to get away from cash and be able to accept only, Apple Pay or something along those lines. But for now, we're not there yet. So for now, our goal is to be able to get to a point where we can offer both options and hopefully transition everybody away.
I think both options is the best answer.
So each school site will still have their own, basically access to the account, their portion that they use, correct? It's not like.
Correct. We're setting up 18 different accounts that will be linked to their own purchase card, because
Sounds fun.
it's thrilling.
If I can add to that, I don't think our school sites understand completely and totally the liability that they hold with their individual bank accounts. Right now, those accounts are opened under the name of individuals at the schools. And that in and of itself just holds a plethora of issues, including tax implications, including ability for people to claim fraud, all kinds of issues lie with the way it's been done in the past. And I really think we owe Mr. Rodriguez and Mr. Baines a huge debt of gratitude for this incredible work. This has been a long time coming, but it is a huge project. He's not giving it, he's not sharing fully the amount of work that this actually is to put this in place. And so I, for one, am just incredibly grateful to both of them and all of the business office for, number one, undertaking this, but number two, putting in the time it takes to make it work properly. So thank you very much.
And another.
Workman, and I would just echo those statements as well. I know it's one of the things that kept me up a few nights when I worked at the district. I mean, you're having some of these high schools having a couple $100,000 of cash without a whole lot of oversight and with the ability of some disgruntled employee or whatever to basically walk out the door with that money. So thank you for the amazing effort to finally get that done. So
No, of course. So it'll be great once it is completed.
Any questions on the business side before we kind of move on to the facility side of things? It's clear as mud. Sure. All right. So moving towards facilities. All right. So we'll start with just the basic question. So how are projects determined by Lyon County School District? So projects are most commonly determined by district operations and maintenance team. So truthfully, that comes down to all our site maintenance personnel, our district maintenance personnel, Kirk McCallum, Daryl Bloom, myself, and then speaking with our cabinet. Projects from there, we assess facility conditions, we prioritize our needs, which change, like the wind. Something's working great today, isn't working great tomorrow, so priorities change. And then we align with district goals and budget considerations, of course. Everything has a dollar price to it. And as everybody well knows, we're not, just drowning in money here, that we can do everything that we need to do. So additionally, after that, we reach out to stakeholders, administrators, further maintenance personnel at the site level. They all play a crucial role on prioritizing projects for us. They tell us the safety concerns. I'm not in all 20 sites and 60 different buildings every day, so I don't know the safety concerns that some raised concrete might have over in Smith Valley today, right? So they play a critical role in telling us what needs to be done and when it needs to be done. And then it's our job is to kind of schedule those, maintain the infrastructure requirements and potential disturbances that may have. As I'm sure you guys are well aware, we're going to be closing some schools for summer school in order to get some projects done. So it's our job to maintain those disturbances and make sure they're as little as possible. And so that's how projects are kind of determined. The board plays a critical role in that because every time we go out to bid, we do present those projects to the board for further approval. Traditionally here in Lyon County, the board has kind of given us a sense of direction and we've kind of proceeded with that direction. So we're able to kind of bring forward, for transparency's sake, the projects that we plan on doing that have a significant budget impact for certain funds. So any questions on how projects are determined before we move on to, go ahead.
Yeah, can you explain a little bit more of like the chain of custody, I guess, as you would, if you would? Like, where are the steps at? I mean, if it starts with a teacher who needs something for a classroom, it moves up to the maintenance guy takes it to the district, or
So
what's the actual process? I mean, is there 6 or 7 steps it has to go through before, is it gonna get lost somewhere in the mix?
it truly depends. So if a teacher needs something, the teacher will speak to the site maintenance person and the site administrator. So traditionally, if it's something specifically in a classroom, for example, they need a Promethean board put up or something smaller, that stays at the site level. District operations and maintenance team is there to support that, but we don't necessarily get involved unless we're requested to get involved at the classroom level.
Yeah, I'm talking like a larger project.
And-
They want an outdoor garden area set up.
Correct. Then it results in conversation. So for example, if a teacher wants a greenhouse put in, right? So they'll connect with the site administrator, who then will connect with our directors of education and say, okay, so what is the purpose of this? We can't just get a greenhouse if it's not related to curriculum, right? We don't do things for fun here. We do things with a purpose. So
No fun.
at least we try. When we align with the purpose of that curriculum, then it comes down to us, and we look for the funding that's required, whether it's going to be grant funded, whether it's going to be personnel funded. The very last piece of it is actually funding the actual, greenhouse. If we're going to need teachers, Kyle and I discuss with HR and our superintendents, hey, we need to add bodies to this. So something along that lines is different, but traditionally site level projects stay at the site level. Bigger projects kind of start with myself, Kirk, and Daryl, along with the site maintenance personnel, and say, hey, HVAC isn't working in Cottonwood today. Okay, so that gets put on the list. We have a constant list of, okay, we're going to try to hit, we have $3 million we can use. What schools can we achieve for $3 million, right? And then Kirk, Daryl, and I sit down, we reach out to our vendors and our contractors and kind of get quotes, and then eventually take it out to RFP and bring it in front of you guys. Outside of the initial, hey, the principal calling me and saying our HVAC is down, from there it's all on the district side. The sites kind of wash their hands of it from there, as they should. So from there, it's just communication on our end. Hey, we're closing you for the summer, so pack up. So that's where it goes. Yeah, hopefully that answers.
It does.
Just trying to.
So you submitted in backup material, comprehensive assessment of district-wide facilities, back in 2016.
Yes, sir.
It seemed very comprehensive. I was wondering if we have a standardized list that we still use that would mirror that.
From 2016.
That was the master facility plan.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you kind of prepped that, Mr. Hendricks, because that's one thing that we're going to recommend is that we do a new master facility plan as a result of this discussion today. They're usually good for about 10 years. Those demographers do their best to project enrollment and all kinds of other things. But you are correct. It's very comprehensive. It's an amazing process, but it doesn't come cheap either.
For us at this point at the district level, what we've kind of compiled is we worked with CNR back when COVID first came to light, and the board approved a CNR assessment of all HVAC district-wide. So we compiled that list. In 2021, it was about $42 million to do district-wide. Now it's probably $60 million to do district-wide work. So we've been chipping away at that list. And that's why you've seen all the building controls come forward. After all the building controls, now we're on to the replacement of HVAC, swamp coolers, and boilers. So it's constant. Roofs, we also have roofs. We kind of just have an idea of, okay, these handful of roofs need to go, but we're an old district, so at any given point, you can just close your eyes and point which roofs need to go. So that's the list we have. We're really focused on HVAC at the moment, but from there, hopefully the assessment will get us more.
Yeah, I do. It kind of goes back to why I wanted this meeting, like you saying, oh, well, we decide with the maintenance people, is because I like this list that we paid for to have done by an independent person. And I think what we ought to do is go through that list, and the things that have been done should be marked off. And we should continue going with this list. Because I'm not saying we shouldn't deviate when it's really necessary, because it was decided by Fernley after this list was done that the thing that they wanted was the gymnasium, and that was a community thing. But this list says that we need an elementary at the Silverland site. And if we keep spending money on little projects here and there that are people's wish lists, we're not going to have the area that we need for these kids, because we need an elementary school. So that's why I said we need to go back to this list. And I think it would be very easy for you guys to just go down and see what that they thought, these independent people, that was needed, and mark off what we've done, and let's go from there, because I think it was quite comprehensive and quite good.
Ms. Parsons, I absolutely agree. I think it was a very comprehensive list for 2016. We're 8 years past that now. Priorities have changed significantly since 2016. With that said, yes, I think the past couple of assessments have said that Fernley Elementary School needs to be completely demolished and rebuilt. Unfortunately, as I'll show you here in a little bit, that can cost upwards of $60 million. So it's not something that we can just raise money for at the drop of a hat. It takes several years to be able to effectively plan for such an expenditure and to go out and bond for that. So if you give me a couple more slides, we're gonna get right there, and we'll be able to hit it. And as for going down the list and marking those items off, I'm not opposed to that, but like I said, the board's directive back in 2021 was to really start replacing some of the HVAC, and that's what we've really focused on, which is what the assessment also indicated. Yeah, so I don't think we've been too far away from that list, and honestly, if we have been, that's just the simple change in priorities.
Well, I did notice that what they suggested for the elementary school was way underpriced, according to today. So that's why I said we need to start saving, because we are going to have, what is it, 27 million in 2.5 years.
We're gonna have significantly more than that, but we did just buckle up. The numbers get big real quick, so it's gonna be the numbers will start blowing you away with how much the cost of a school is in Northern Nevada at this point. For example, Hug High School costs $250 million. So we're talking big numbers here, and so like I said, we're gonna get there. And if you have any questions at that point, I'm happy to answer them. I think we're getting ahead of the game here on the slides.
Yeah, I think, we're definitely, I think you guys have that covered in the slides, so I think we should get to that spot. But go ahead.
Well, I can wait too, but I was looking at the master facility plan, and I was actually extremely pleased with how much we have done on that plan as far as like technology. There's so many of the things on there. So I was happy about that. And another thing just to remember is, enrollment projections. That's huge, funding wise. So I do agree that we need to do another one to see where we're at, to kind of move forward. But I personally was happy with how much we've done.
All right, moving on. So for facilities, the primary funds that we use for facilities expenditures, we have a general fund. This is primarily used at the site level. Site maintenance personnel are the ones that take a big chunk of the general fund for maintenance. Then moving on to the capital funds, which are included in our 5-year capital improvement plan. We have the building and sites fund. We have capital projects, residential construction funds, and bond projects fund. So, and I'll be going into those a bit deeper here. Ms. Calgar has put together actually a nice little visual for us, which, you know, is a good break for our PowerPoint here. So I think it's a good point to share this.
So this is, we had created one of these back in, I think, 2023, 22, something. Anyways, this is updated. 2019 to 2024, any facility safety and security upgrades, kind of putting it all in one place. This is just a note that, you know, we're listing what was done in these 5 years, but like you'll see there's cameras listed. If a school's not listed there, it doesn't mean they don't have cameras. It just means the upgrade wasn't done during these 5 years. Listed up first is safety and security upgrades. Here we list the upgraded camera systems. The one shown here is the one at Silverland Middle School, which I think quite a few of you have had the opportunity to check out. There's robust systems like that throughout the district. Fencing, Silver Stage High School received perimeter fencing and Fernley High School received some fencing. I don't know that it's fully perimeter, but there was that upgrade. District-wide audio enhancement. This was back towards the beginning of these 5 years. That's that safe system that all teachers wear the microphone around their neck. It not just amplifies their voice, but also serves as a silent alarm in the case of an emergency. And that silent alarm notifies the front office, principals, and I think they have the opportunity to set it up for mobile alerts as well or something like that if they're on the go. Modified single points of entry at the elementary and middle schools was prioritized. Some are, I think we have a few true single points, but for the most part, they're modified. So this is where, you know, you come through one set of doors and you have to go to the office before proceeding any further into the school.
If I can just add to that, just a reminder that that was done with grant money from the state of Nevada. And it was just about a year ago or so, I think, that Mr. Hendricks had asked that we put a letter to the governor's office asking that those grant funds be reinstated. So we did that. All of NAS, all of the superintendents and boards in the state signed on to that letter. That letter was sent, and unfortunately, we have received no response from that letter. As timing would have it, we just discussed this at our last NAS meeting last week as well. And so we'll see what we can do to try and get some more funding for this. It's difficult to just throw that out of your general fund or anything else, but nonetheless, we're all committed to it because we still have a few schools that could really use that modified single point and security.
Thanks. Listed at the bottom of this page is some door upgrades at different schools. Then we move on to facility upgrades, which is a very lengthy list. This is district-wide, and I won't bore you by reading every single line item. I think Margaret printed some of these out, so they're floating around if you want to take a look through it. But this is also straight from the capital improvement plan, and there's 2 pages worth.
All right.
Oh, and this comes in your slide later.
School also had door upgrades too.
Yeah, I'm sure we've missed several projects on that list. It truthfully is, yeah, over 5 years, it's tough to keep track of everything that we've done. So
I think it is interesting to note, though, the long list of projects that have been completed in the last 5 years. So I think that's really great.
mm-hmm. Yeah, and like Erica said, those are just straight off the 5-year capital improvement plan. So any projects that were done through the general fund or through other grants aren't even captured on that list. So if we started truly digging in, it'd take us a long time to dig out all those projects, and that list would be very long.
Also, what Harmon mentioned about the little upgrades that are done locally at schools, you know, if it's something that never reaches their desk, it's probably not up here either. So we could probably fill more pages with everything.
Any questions on that before we get back to the Excel snippets? All right. Okay, so moving on.
Did you want to just go over that capacity?
I have it later in the.
Oh, you have it later?
Yep.
I'm sorry.
So we felt it was right to put in the pamphlet, but for the sake of the presentation. So moving on, the first fund that you see on our capital improvement plan is called the Building and Sites Fund, Fund 330. This can be used for any capital projects. The revenue for this traditionally does come from the Smith Valley properties and the fees that are collected from those properties, basically rents.
Sorry,
Okay. Yeah,
I'm trying to
rents.
zoom in.
So over the past 5 years, we've basically used this fund to support the attendance areas which don't collect the residential construction tax that Fernley and Dayton do. So basically, we've used to support Smith, Yerington, and Silver Stage. Even though Yerington and Smith most recently, as you can tell, with the playground upgrades, the gym, and Yerington's gym. So right now, as it sits, this fund has a projected ending fund balance of right around $100,000. And yeah, just wanted to highlight the Building and Sites Fund. Moving on to the Capital Projects Fund. This is a fund that is the primary fund for our operations and maintenance projects. This is where the majority of our upgrades and replacements come from. As you can tell, like I've mentioned several times today, HVAC has been our goal. So you can see that we did all our building controls for the most part from our Capital Projects Fund 340. Recently, the board approved the baseball upgrades for both Yerington and Silver Stage High School from this fund, due to the fact that residential construction fund revenue wasn't there for those two attendance areas. In addition, this fund has certain set allocations that are set aside every year. So the districts for some time, I believe this time last year, approved an increase to some of these, but district-wide doors, district-wide restrooms, carpet and flooring, parking lots, and the athletic fields, along with HVAC, are the ones that you see are shaded in the light blue. They are annual allocations that are pulled from this fund and used. So as you can tell, the fund is used pretty quick and used pretty heavy over the past couple of years. The revenue for this fund comes from motor vehicle taxes, and it comes from investments. So a lot of investment earnings are put into this fund to maintain it. And right now, it has a projected ending fund balance of anywhere around $1 million to anywhere from $490,000 to $1 million, depending on which projects are completed before June 30th. So this is a pretty fluid fund. So yeah, so this in basically the main operations and maintenance side of things, we consider this the needs fund, where we replace all equipment with this, versus residential construction, where that fund is more focused towards playground apparatuses and in our world we call those the wants. Like everybody wants a new playground, but don't necessarily need a new playground. But that fund, you can support those wants, versus this fund is more focused on the replacements of equipment. So
Just curiosity, do we get our revenue from this one time a year, or does this trickle in from each year?
So for the motor vehicle tax, that comes monthly. Yeah. All right, moving on.
Just real quick, how about the investments?
So investments, so we have different investment vehicles. We have the Wells Fargo sweeps. We use LGIP, which is the local government investment pool, and then financial advisors. And we have different staggered durations. I won't bore everybody with that, but as we do turn and burn cash, we don't want to lock in duration where we have money on the books, but do not have money to spend. So it is a fine dance that we play. It is what I did at Washoe County School District for 1.5 years. So fixed income.
Fluid is the word for that one.
Yes. So that comes monthly and quarterly, depending on the type of investment vehicle.
But again, just the brilliance of our business office and Mr. Rodriguez in putting those investments into play.
All right, moving on to residential construction tax. This is the one I mentioned. So the residential construction tax is regulated by NRS 278. And revenue is collected based on the building permits that are issued in those attendance areas, not to exceed $1,600 per tax collected. This is split out between the 5 attendance areas: Dayton, Fernley, Smith Valley, Silver Springs, and Yerington. Revenue here is also, just to answer Ms. Peterson's question, is collected in various formats. For example, Dayton gives us revenue on monthly figures monthly versus Friendly gives it to us quarterly. So we've always taken a conservative estimated revenue approach to this fund, and at the end of the year, trued it up. So you'll see 2024 estimated revenue is slightly lower than 2023, but it's that's just a conservative approach to make sure we don't overspend the attendance area's funds. So as you can tell, Dayton area has just shy of 100,000 in ending fund balance projected this year. Fernley is at 188,000. Silver Springs is at 100,000. Smith Valley is at 46,000, and Nearington area is at 17,000. So these funds are still flush. We absolutely can and should continue to spend this money on our playgrounds. We're due. Full disclosure, I've had several conversations with several elementary school principals that are looking to upgrade their playgrounds. They have slides that are broken, and all those come at a significant dollar cost. You're talking anywhere from $40,000 to $70,000 a playground. So we'll be bringing those forward as those principals kind of iron out what they're looking for their playgrounds. But that's where we sit with this fund. And
They're free on Facebook Marketplace.
When's the last time that this was actually increased to the 1,600 that they're getting for the property? And who's in control of that, and what kind of influence do we have over getting that an increase? Because that doesn't seem like a whole lot for these houses that are, they're charging you $500,000 for.
It's not a whole lot. I absolutely agree with you. Unfortunately, the legislature is in charge of that. There's the influence we have would be to reach out to the legislature to increase that. We are actually very, very lucky this legislative session. They did pass the increase from, I believe it was 55,000 in county population to 100,000 in county population. So in theory, the past year or so, we wouldn't have been able to collect that revenue. But with the legislature passing that to 100,000, we're able to still continue collecting that revenue. And
I will add, and kudos to your board president, Mr. Cooey, President Cooey. He was integral in contacting legislators and working with some folks in getting that 100,000 population cap on the books. Just to put it in perspective, they exempted Carson City from it. So Carson City, even though they have a lower population than we do, the city of Carson City was able to lobby, I guess, enough to get Carson City School District exempted from that bill. And so fortunately, we were not exempted from it, and the population cap is now 100,000, where it was 55,000 before. So room to grow. So maybe that's step one, but step two would be to possibly get a increase in the amount that is collected. To your point, Mr. McIntyre.
Yes, sir.
So that being all we can get per NRS, do we ever have a seat at the table when these projects are approved where we could possibly ask a developer for more contributions to the school district?
So we courtesy from our county, do get certain development notifications, and I think Margaret does pass those along to the board. We've tried for a long time to reach out and talk to these developers to see if we can get them to put some more skin in the game for the school district, because it is going to have an impact. But truthfully, it gets into I'm going to say hairy waters on the political side of things if we say we're not going to come out in favor of a project or against a project. Unfortunately, they know that. So it's kind of, you don't really have much of a say. I don't know if you want to add more to that.
Yeah, we actually created a form letter, and this board approved that form letter that we send to the developers, because we're asked if we wish to make comment whenever new development comes. Mm-hmm. And so Mr. Baines actually, depending on the area in which the development is, he'll update the capacity numbers of our schools and the other items, the enrollment and stuff. He'll update that form letter, and then we send that on as our public comment.
Correct.
And we're happy to share that with the board so you can see when that was. was. I can't remember if we approved it 2 years ago or something like that.
Yeah, it was soon after eaves, because we utilized the cost of eaves per classroom. So for example, if a development's coming that has 250, single family homes, which results in, we'll say one student per home, we're talking an estimated 12 classrooms that are needed. So we base that off of eaves per classroom cost and say, hey, this is what this is going to impact on Lyon County School District fiscally and capacity wise. So that's how that letter is structured. And like Mr. Workman said, we can absolutely share that. And I think going back to that assessment that I think everybody's probably going to be in favor of doing again for the district, that assessment will allow us to get better and far more accurate numbers when we create letters like this to send for our comments.
So I agree that form letter is definitely a good idea. I was thinking along the lines of possibly asking in a public forum, because perception is powerful. So, having them at a table and asking them might be constructive.
Thank you. Yeah, again, it is a little tricky because tax is a 4-letter word in the state of Nevada, and that goes with developers too, or impact fees or whatever we want to call them. And so I hear you loud and clear, but it's kind of a fine line, and we would certainly want board authorization before we went to that. That's why we went with the form letter. But if this board wishes a different direction, then we can certainly do that. So whatever we want to do.
Yeah, it'd be my recommendation and opinion that we don't necessarily get involved in that, because I know the county has gotten involved in trying to take away some developer rights in the past and have gotten sued. And basically the thing is that if they have the zoning and the master planning for their property, they can build whatever they want to do. So if we get in there and tell them that we don't want them to build this because they're not giving the school district any money, then we could technically, be liable for that, that suit as well. So
I totally agree. We cannot require it. Simply an ask is what I was speaking to.
And
And
another,
I think we've had, I know from my time on the board, we had a developer in Fernley that I think came to us and wanted to meet and promise us the world. And I don't know whatever happened to his development, but from what I can see, we haven't gotten any of the things that we asked for. So, there's a lot of things that can be said, but at the end of the day, once they get their decision, and if we're not included in that, then that's what they got. So
correct. And we also have to kind of, in the back of our minds, remember we are the biggest employer in Lyon County. So those fees are just going to get pushed on to our employees who are looking to buy homes. So it's not like the developer's going to eat it. He's just going to add whatever $2,000 to the price tag at the end of the home. So I'm blaming the school district for for the increase.
yeah.
So either way, it's a double-edged sword for us. So
It's definitely a fine balance, and that also goes with abatements and everything else. A good example is Tesla, where Tesla promised the world education. When they were approved, they promised 86 million, I believe the number was. And to date, I think we're still sitting around 5 million or so that they've actually contributed. So it's tough. Yeah, 2 promises.
anything else on residential construction tax before we move on?
Okay, I got a question. I know that Fernley right now is doing their impact fees. So is it the legislature limits the schools, or they limit just the impact fee, period? Which is it?
So in NRS, that's where our $1,600 comes into. It's very specifically spelled out in there that that's the best the school district can get at $1,600. What the city gets in impact fees, that's a whole different ball of wax, but different negotiation.
And I believe this, yeah.
So, but you don't think we should be in on that or say anything on the impact fees? Well, I know Mr. Cooper would, because he wants development, but.
Yes, I love development, so,
I know you do.
but it's in NRS, so if you want to make that change, it would be something that would have to go through the legislature to have them make the change.
I've got something else in mind to talk with them about.
Okay, I'll bring that up too.
Yeah, okay. Moving on. Bond Projects Fund. All right, so the Bond Projects Fund is a primary fund for new development, big projects like new schools, gyms, yards. In addition, we have used bond project funds for HVAC, roofs, audio enhancements, and some other projects here and there. But for the most part, this is used for big projects that we need to get funding for. Traditionally, after a significant bond raise, the district has formed an administrative working group with several stakeholders, board members, principals, cabinet members, to do for research and information purposes on how we should allocate these funds. This group in the past has provided some recommendations that the district has come forward and provided to the board. Since 2019, we have not done any sort of a bond raise, and therefore the need of such an administrative working group hasn't been there. And therefore they have not necessarily met very often since that time. As you can tell, we are, after this FHS gym, just about used all our bonding revenue that we've gone out for sale. And after 2026, we're going to have, at this point, an estimated $72,000 left of the approximate, at one point, I think we were over 40 million that we had actually gone out for. So here is our bonds for that. And we're going to have several bonding conversations moving forward. So any questions before I move on real quick? Perfect. All right. Future bonding capacity. So this is what Ms. Parsons was alluding to earlier. We were going to get to. So as you can tell, that's a projected bonding capacity for the next 5 years, including 2024. 2027 is basically when we have the ability to go above $50 million to build a school, if that is what we need at that point. Over the past several years, we've done East Valley expansion, which cost $7.4 million for a total of 10 classrooms and restrooms. On top of that, FHS gym is just shy of $30 million, and the transportation yard is at 2.68 for $2.7 million. Washoe County is the one that's doing all the development around here. Due to their WC1 tax, they're able to bond almost unlimited at this point, and they've built several schools over the past 3 or 4 years. And as you can tell, the smallest number on that list is $42 million if we want to build an elementary school. So that is a big sum of money and would basically consume the capacity that we have, or majority of it, if we were to go with the elementary route. So that's the future bonding capacity that we have.
And that is 40 what in 27?
In 27, man, we were going to have a total of $75 million available.
Okay.
So we have 10 million this year, 40 million next year, and 2 years from now, an additional 25 million if we do not do another bond sale.
I'll remind everyone, 3 years ago almost, when we started the FHS gym, the projected cost at that point was 13 million. And it ended up at 30 million. And so this has everything to do also with legislation, correct me if I'm wrong.
Correct.
But legislation about prevailing wage and everything else with construction. So it has grown exponentially. Plus the cost of materials and all that went through the roof with COVID.
And we're even seeing this right now with our Silver Springs transportation yard, right? We started off at 750,000 to 1.5 to 2, and we ended up at 2.7, right? And that's a steel barn that we're going to be putting out there with those basic items. So it's just a massive cost at this point to do any sort of new construction. So in addition to the need of potentially schools, we also have other needs district-wide, and bonds are a huge resource to be able to address these. For example, the FHS new culinary program. I know this board has discussed reaching out to our partners with CORE and Paul Cabin to get a ballpark estimate on what it would cost to put a new culinary program together over at FHS gym in their old cafeteria space. That cost is roughly $1.4 to $1.7 million to put in a new culinary program. So it's not a small cost, right? That's the type of cost that we don't have funding for, and we would absolutely have to go out and do another bond sale for. In addition to that, while we do need schools, we also still need, $50 million worth of HVAC replacements and another $12 million worth of roofs that need to be replaced. So, yes.
Now, who did you say, wanted this, culinary program?
I believe at the January or February board meeting, when we were discussing the FHS gym, the board had a conversation regarding the current cafeteria space and what to do with it. And the board indicated that they would like the district to explore the potential of a new culinary program started there, similar to DHS. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, and I believe the firm administration is also in favor of that
Correct.
as well.
Because, what I think they're in dire need of is science rooms. I mean, we need a science wing desperately. And so I was just wondering how that jumped ahead of our need for, because I understand they brought a science teacher in and she had pretty much committed herself till she said, this is my science room. There wasn't a sink, there wasn't an eye wash, there was no gas, there was nothing for her. So, I don't know, maybe they want to jump ahead, but even on that facilities list, you'll see that that's what they have on there is that we need science.
I think part of the reason that we were looking into culinary is because it was a kitchen already. And so the improvements on it are gonna be minimal compared to changing that whole thing into a science room.
Correct.
So it
No,
only
I
made sense. We
didn't
had a
wanna
kitchen,
use
we had all
that
the facilities
for
to do
science.
cooking to make it a culinary. So that's
Yeah,
why we
I
went
didn't
that route.
want to use that for a science room. I was thinking something else. We need buildings or something for
Probably for
science.
capacity, for space, electrical power grid, everything.
There's a place in the back where we could put them. There it is, towards the, like Western Nevada. It
Yeah,
used
the
to
land's
be-
not the problem, so the problem is the grid, with all the power and utilities. But they would have more welding stations now in the CTE room because of the fact that they're at their max capacity for the power that they draw. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Bain, but that's the discussion I was given last year.
Yeah, you'd be talking about new construction.
Yeah.
We're not, we'd be talking about an additional wing similar to East Valley if we were going to be adding to any campus. And at this point, you're talking about a $15 million project on the low side. So, Mr. Orkin.
I'll just add to that in regard to the science, yes, that would be the case if they're trying to put a science teacher in a regular classroom, not a science classroom. Burnley High School does have science classrooms, and it's a matter of scheduling and making sure that we're rotating into the science classrooms when it's the day for the lab. So there's alternatives. There's things we could do besides building a whole new wing or a new auxiliary or satellite building for science classrooms.
Isn't there just 2 lab rooms? I don't know.
Correct.
And
Yep.
for over 1,000 kids.
But there are other smaller classrooms that do have running water and eye wash and all that. It sounds to me like they were trying to put this teacher in a regular classroom.
Which, this just brings home the whole point of when we're talking about a facilities plan. You have to take into consideration like upgrades or program upgrades and different things that we need like to fix and improve our aging facilities versus building whole new facilities. So if you just save all your money and just build new things all the time, then all of these other things get lost in the wayside. So it's a balancing act between the two. So just depending like on enrollment needs, capacity needs, where your money should go.
Correct. And again, we're going back to that assessment. I think getting an updated assessment for facilities is critical for us at this stage since we are getting to that 10-year mark. But in addition, I just wanted to highlight the fact that yes, while everybody wants the gem of a school that we want to build again, and as great as that is, there are several other needs district-wide. We have 17 modulars sitting on our campuses, and the modular's life is only so long, and we can continue to replace them with another modular. But you look at Cottonwood Elementary School at this point; they have 5 modulars on campus, right? So aging parking lots, again, buses, vehicles, heavy equipment, playgrounds, audio enhancement is another one that needs to continually be funded. So just Mr. Farr.
No, I was gonna wait till you're done.
No, it's fine. It's okay. I'm just ranting. Sorry.
It sounds to me like we're talking about, in a lot of ways, we're talking about, we almost need a fund that's just for the wear and tear that you're talking about. We have life cycles of buildings and things and transportation issues that we're gonna constantly replace. It's almost like you're looking at it, there's an expendables sheet and then there's a new construction sheet. So couldn't we, when we put together possibly this new plan, put both items in there and then look at, here's where we're going to earmark funds for our, the wear and tear items that we're going to need to replace over time, and project what's going to be in that 10-year plan, what's going to wear out, HVAC, parking lots, et cetera, and then look at, okay, here's our big ticket item we want to look for new construction.
Correct. So one of the things that we've discussed internally, just to piggyback off that, you are absolutely correct that having these items available and allocated for is critical, right? We need to have, some of our buildings are huge. We're talking $1 million roof on Silver Lane Middle School, so we have to have the money set aside for these projects district wide. Our bonding capacity in 2027 is the greatest at 75 million, but that does not mean we can't go to bond today for a smaller amount to continue addressing these other needs. So if you going back to the bonds page, one more. Yeah. So if you go back to the bonds page, all our bonds essentially end in 2026. So one of the things that we've internally discussed and potentially may bring forward at one of the future board meetings is going back out to bond for a short to medium term note at about 3 years, and going out to address some of these needs. Because after this summer, we don't have any more money for roofs or HVAC or audio enhancement coming out of the bond funds. So we have 1 year left for these needs. After that, we need to go back out and reallocate funds for these needs. So one of the things we've discussed is to bring forward a short, medium-term note to address these, maybe in addition to another project that the board may want for our district, and then reassess in 2027 the greater need, whether that may be an entire campus, whether that may be several wings or whatnot. So we do have options. It isn't simply sitting on our hands till 2027. We won't survive if we just sit on our hands till 2027. But just wanted to.
I like what we did last year. We took advantage of, like you guys have mentioned, that we have an excellent bond rating. So we were able to take that rating, and we did it to buy our buses and curriculum. And I think there were some other items sprinkled in there. Obviously, audio enhancements, one of the things that we were doing in there. So I like our ability to do that periodically when we need to, and then we're not having to add it to the big plan. So
correct, and it maintains the big amount come 3 years down the road. So that's, you're 100% in line, Mr. Farr. That's exactly the game plan that we internally have in mind to bring forward.
Well, I mean, say this too, we're trying to project some costs that may increase in 3 years. Like when we did with the buses, I really love that plan you guys put together with. We purchased them now at this price, today's price versus what it's going to be in 4 or 5 years.
Correct.
But realizing every time we go out to bond, it drops the amount that we'll have available in 2027. Yeah, so
Yeah, exactly. And that's why
that's necessary.
if we were to bond, next slide,
Sure.
we would end before 2027, right? We wouldn't go for a 30-year note or a 10-year note. We'd go for a quick 3-year note to where we spend that money in 3 years, pay it off in 3 years using our debt service fund, and then come 2027, we're kind of restarting with the whole lump sum again. So we like Mr. Rodriguez would strategically do it to where in 2027 we're good. So that's our internal game plan, and something we did want to share with the board at this workshop today, because the needs for everything else in addition to capacity are still around. So moving on to capacity, this is our current capacity updated sheet. So I was, it's kind of tough to share, but the last three rows are you have
Here, I
the
can try to make it bigger.
I can also stand up. All right. Ready? Hold on.
Which one? Oh, crap. This one?
Hold on. There we go. So the last three really kind of show what in 2015 the master facilities assessment thought that we were at in 2015, followed up with what the assessment figured we would be at in 2025. As of March 8th is the final row where we sit. As you can tell, we're pretty comfortable district-wide. Obviously, Dayton and Fernley are definitely the fullest, I guess, to say capacity-wise, with Fernley Intermediate School being the only one above 90%. So it's not like we're inadequate anywhere capacity-wise with our enrollment. So.
So this is really great. This is way better than the charts that we got from our master plan. And assuming, we have East Valley, the addition there, but the rest is this. I was curious about this question. Their projected enrollments, they're less than, right? Than what they had originally projected. Is that how we're getting good utilization in our?
There's several factors. So one, for example, the East Valley Elementary School wing was included in that, so that drops their capacity. But when we built that wing, we were able to move the modulars from East Valley to FHS, which increased FHS's capacity. So since 2015, over the past 8 years, we've added several, maybe a dozen modulars on all our campuses, which impacts the capacity for us. But yes, to answer your question, I do believe, and I'm sure Mr. Workman can speak to this better than I can, we are trending a little slower than what the 2015 study indicated.
That's absolutely correct. And I will note that with the MGT report, master facility plan, they did not include modulars into their capacity reports and projections. And so I do need to make sure everybody understands that we have included that just because it is realistic. The reason MGT doesn't include it is because those modulars, as already mentioned, do not last the lifetime of the building itself. And so I anticipate that when MGT comes to do this, sorry, I shouldn't say when MGT. It has to go out to bid, RFQ, and you have to select one. But whoever it is that comes to do the master facility plan again, I anticipate them not wanting to include modulars in their calculations again. So something to note and keep in mind.
Yeah. So I know we're looking at enrollment numbers and we're projecting ahead, and I find it funny that we're very conservative with what we're projecting ahead. When you look at Mr. McIntyre and I's districts, if you look at the construction that's going on there right now and the rooftops that are going up, it doesn't match what you guys are saying on projected enrollment for some reason.
So
it doesn't pass the eye test with me.
Can I just talk quickly about, just my observation in Dayton. So, I've seen a ton of rooftops go up in Dayton, and our school population isn't going up. And I think it's because the retired population moving here without kids is what is really driving a lot of that housing growth at the moment, at least in Dayton. I don't know what it is in Fernley, but I can just speak to Dayton.
Well, the younger families can't afford the houses anymore.
Yeah,
They're still living at home.
Yeah.
Residential construction tax numbers will also confirm that although there is rooftops coming in, they're not coming with students. So retirees moving in, certainly one factor. There is a national trend starkly downward with enrollment in K-12 schools. And it has everything to do with the national and quite frankly, even worldwide trend of people choosing to either cohabitate or get married later in life, number one. Number two, making a conscious choice not to have children anymore. And number three, if they do choose to have children, they are making a conscious choice to have fewer children than people did in the past. And there's national statistics about that. So that all factors in. In this MGT report, you'll notice that we used to be able to count on somewhere around a half a student per new household. this is another reason why I recommend that we do a new master facility study, is because we've been factoring around a quarter of a student per new household coming in. And I'd be curious to see what those numbers really are when the master facility plan is created. I would surmise that it could even be less than a quarter of a student per household.
Yeah, and the projection is from 2015. That's not our projection. That's the MGT projection from 2015 to what they thought it would be in 2025.
Okay.
So the only thing we've updated on this sheet is the utilization row at the very end, along with the capacity of our campuses with or without the additions of modulars. So that's only two things we update: the MGT utilization in 2015 and the MGT projected utilization in 2025 is based off that study. So this is something to keep in mind if and whenever we do that next assessment. I think this is going to be something that we definitely look at the 2027 mark when we decide if and where we need to build and use our bonding capacity.
And I get what you're saying on the capacity side too. It's just, I'm looking at now, we're expanding pre-K programs to all the elementary schools. So that's going to add more people, more bodies in the schools. And it's going to require a classroom or two extra for some of these places. I know some of the schools are probably going to be having to really look hard at where they're going to place. I know for an elementary school, it looks like they only got one classroom they're going to have to reuse now that they were using for their PD and training room. That's going to have to be a classroom now. And there's some shifting around. So.
And I think those apartments, you're gonna find more kids in those apartments that they're building than the house that are California seniors that are coming. But those apartments, that's gonna be, I'll bet you kids.
We're all for growth, so we'll take the enrollment. So, all right. Any questions on that before we move on to other projects? Any questions on facilities? We're kind of go to different departments from here. Any other questions regarding facilities or projects or any of the funds and how we utilize those funds?
I have a curious question.
Yes, Ms. County.
It's sorry, I know this is kind of your guys' meeting, but this question comes up in my mind as like a parent of little humans. You mentioned Washoe County can do all this with what was it?
WC1.
WC1. What is that? Sorry.
So WC1 is a tax that was passed, I believe, 2 years ago now. It was passed in 2020. And it's a small percentage that was added to the sales tax in Washoe County, which the school district has been able to leverage because they're massive to have a greater bonding capacity. And it's in perpetuity, so they're not worried about it ever going away. And it does go out to the voters. It's something that the voters must pass. I don't know how the Lyon County community would like an additional taxes, but nobody really does. But it makes a giant impact when it comes to the school district. So that's
Thanks.
In a nutshell. I'm sure Kyle can probably speak to that far more than I can. He lived it over in Washoe County. So if you want to add anything to it.
Yeah, so it is, as Washoe has Cabela's and Shields, where people from all over the country will come and shop for tournaments and everything. Washoe did see a tremendous spike in bonding capacity. So it is something that was passed in 2020 and goes into perpetuity with no end date, like Harmon said. So if there was ever a need to pass it, Lyon would probably, as we do not have large shopping centers, would need to be substantially more percentage-wise to see the same type of growth.
Gotcha.
So the tourism drive there's.
And every sales tax that goes through, it's just, they have those two places that people come from all over the country and they shop and stay.
Yeah.
What was that increase? Do you remember?
I don't.
I just
Was
looked it up.
it 4%?
I just looked it up, 7.1% in Lyon County and 8.27% for Washoe County.
Yeah, I
No.
meant the actual
Yeah.
increase for the WC1.
I can get that for you. I'm wiping Washoe from my memory. The Lions, so.
We're bleaching it out.
But if something's working in Washoe County.
It was .00 something.
Yeah.
of
Right.
that. So you said the sales tax, but it was a very marginal increase to that they've been able to leverage. So it wasn't even a 0.25%, I believe. It was even smaller.
It's just funny because when you think like my taxes are going towards school, it's like if you pull up the Lyon County Assessor site, like how much of your taxes went to schools is what, like $20?
So with that, Erica, and not to have a side conversation.
No, and I'm sorry to take it
is
that
with
sideways.
With
Yeah.
the state education fund.
Yeah.
Now K-12 is funded equitably amongst the states. So the true local taxes go to our debt service fund. So everything else, if Washoe grows, it goes to state education fund. If they raise it and the adjusted base flows out, it is no longer just you have to live in Lyon to affect your Lyon County schools. It is now a statewide equitable plan.
Yeah. So when somebody says, when a member of the public says, I pay your salary, well, so does somebody else in Clark. Because everybody's taxes essentially pay education. They also pay their teachers. So it's no longer secluded with Lyon's Lyon, Washoe's Washoe, Clark's Clark.
Thanks.
All right.
And so really, they want, the money to go to the child, right? Because that's how they're doing it. And so in this county, it doesn't seem like it's equitably distributed. And so I think we need to start looking at that, how to get it more equitably.
Can you scroll
to
to the side?
Yes.
So
Can you elaborate on that a little bit? 'Cause I don't
Yeah,
understand what you're talking about.
Harrington only gets 9,000 something per student. Burnley only gets 9,000. Dayton has managed to get 11,000.
That's not,
I mean,
that's not true at all.
That's the states. You go to the state and that's what they say. Silver Spring is 10,000. They've got it run down. They keep track. So if you want to argue, you have to go argue with somebody from the state because that's their staff.
Ms. Parsons, if I may, for the adjusted base funding and people-centered funding, that is all equitably distributed. For the state and our financials, you have to take into consideration our different fundings, like grant funds and capital funds are specific, and they can skew those numbers. So for at-risk and EL, we are funded off of the prior fiscal year's enrollment, and we distribute that out to the best of our ability, as there's no way to currently go through and pigeonhole Kyle Rodriguez is in third grade at this time and tell a school halfway through the year, hey, you lose an allocation because Kyle transferred schools. So we take the money from the prior year and then we allocate that out, and that is how the people-centered funding plan was designed and is flowing in Lyon County School District.
So you think there's more handicapped or more special ed in Dayton? Is that why you think that's happening?
I did not say that. I am saying it is, the money is flowing appropriately from the state to the applicable areas. And I'm very confident. I sit on the commission of
Because
school
they
funding.
seem like they want it. That's what they, even in this report that you did, they seem like they want it appropriately distributed.
It's legally appropriately distributed. That's not something that we even have any control over. It's done at the state level to be.
Well, I was just thinking, over the life of a child, you might not think it's much. Oh, they get 11 and we get 9 and Harrington gets 9. But you figure over the course of that kid's educational life, that is $24,000. So it's quite a bit. So that's one child. So you got to, so for the whole group, it's a lot of money we're talking about, millions.
I absolutely agree. And there is the one thing, I'm not sure exactly how to answer that, Ms. Parsons, but there's one thing to consider for class sizes do definitely play a factor for, as percentages can be skewed. If you have a class size of 18 with one teacher, you know, that funding is going to be less or more than a class size 36 or 20, whatever the number may be.
Several factors.
Or it could also be affected by the longevity of your teachers in a certain area over another area. Maybe
Correct.
you have Burnley that has a lot of first-year teachers, and Dayton
Correct.
has a lot of seasoned teachers.
Correct. Longevity in education on
But I
where they
know,
sit.
I mean, from a budget standpoint, when you're giving money to a student in the school, it's the same
Yeah.
high school student in Port Orleans get the same as the high school student in Dayton or Yerington. Same with middle school students, same with the elementary school students. So
Correct. And for site funds, we break based off enrollment. So if there are more students in a specific attendance area, naturally it's going to be inflated, but it is flowing appropriately in regards to the people-centered funding program.
So when we take these enrollment numbers, and I know you have a certain date we go in the start of the school year before we get an actual enrollment number. How often in a year are we doing that enrollment count? Just once?
So we get funded, so the numbers go through, like, it's no longer just count day under the Nevada plan.
Yes.
So we are adjusted at daily enrollment. ADE is adjusted at the end of every quarter for that. So the weighted fundings function a little bit different, but for our, like, bread and butter of the school district, that is, we get a set number, a target enrollment, and if it goes up, we get more money. If it goes down, we get less.
Yeah, it's reported quarterly.
Okay. All right, so it's quarterly now. It used to be just a one time a year.
Correct.
Yeah. I know I had a conversation with some of the folks at Washoe County at our last conference. And one of the challenges they were running into a lot of problems with the new charter school that were opening. They were taking that count day, and then a month later, half those kids are back in the public school and the voucher's already been paid. And so then that changes the way they could do that now. So that's good to hear. Okay, thanks.
And one of the things I didn't highlight, sorry, taking us back to facilities and bonds, is how we've spent per area and per student. So at the bottom, you'll kind of see a breakdown since 2019, what we've spent on facilities and how it's total spent per student. So for example, the Silver Springs area has an enrollment on March 8th of 1,037 kids. That's 11%. Total spent since 2019 on facilities since in Silver Springs is $6 million. It's approximately $5,844 a student for an area total spent of 8%. So they have 11% of enrollment and 8% has been spent there. Fernley has 4,000 kids. It's probably approximately 45% of our district. And we spent nearly a little over $49 million there. So per kid, Fernley, is basically everybody else combined. We spent almost $12,000 per kid in the Fernley area, and we've spent almost 72% of our entire facilities expenditures happen in Fernley. So Dayton is second. Dayton has 2,400 kids. $8 million has been spent there for approximately the 12%, and so on and so forth. So that's just a quick breakdown. I know every so often we get told that we don't spend any money, for Smith or Yerington. We definitely do. Unfortunately, the bulk of our spending has gone towards some big projects out in Fernley, which skews the numbers a little bit, but it does show you per pupil the cost there. So just a breakdown that I wanted to share. So we do track that.
And this is for facilities, so this is just for facilities, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
So I'm just trying to understand the difference in the percentage of enrollment versus the percentage spent per area. And
So percentage.
I understand. Is there any easy answer for this?
Yeah. So percentage of enrollment is basically based on the 9,000. So we have 9,000 total kids. So for example, Silver Springs is 11% of the 9,000, but of the 67 million that we spent district-wide, we only spent 8% of that 67 million. So while they're 11% of the district, we've only spent 8% of the funding for that area for those kids. So for example, going on to Fernley makes up about 45% of the student enrollment for Lyon County School District, but we spend 72% of our facilities expenditures for the Fernley area. So that's just a quick breakdown. I hope I answered your question.
I'm just wondering, how do you explain to someone in Smith Valley that they have 2% of the enrollment, but they only get less than 1% of the facilities money spent in their area?
Well, there's several factors to that. One, it's only one school, and truthfully, you're still looking at just shy of, you're a half, and that same could be said for Yerington and Dayton, right? Dayton's 26%, but you're only spending 12% there. So it's basically the story across the board, with the exception of Fernley. And that has to do with the two big projects that we've bonded for internally, which is the gym and so.
But this is just for facilities. I tell that person, they've got to take into consideration what we're spending for teachers, for all the other things that we spend money on over there, that will take it, they are getting the best deal in the county.
I was just gonna make I apologize, Mr. Parsons, I was just gonna make a recommendation. We actually have done those numbers before and passed them on to our board members. I think that's very helpful information for them to have as they have conversations with constituents in their various areas. And so, just like we did with this, let's remove the facility costs and then do the per student pupil costs, because then you're gonna see we spend vastly more on students in Smith Valley and Silver Springs and Yerington than we do in Fernley and Dayton.
Correct.
And so we'll throw that together and send that to the board so that you have that information.
Yep, can do. All right, so getting away from facilities. Other projects and goals that we have district-wide. One of the goals that, one of the projects is for nutrition services. As the board is very, I'm sure you're aware that for the past 3 years, we've had free lunch, courtesy of both the state and the federal government. That comes to an end this July. So as of July 1st, we are no longer free district-wide for our kids. And we'd be going back to paying for meals or free and reduced for those who are eligible. Unfortunately, since 2019, there are not as many kids eligible in Lyon County School District. We don't have the number of, I would say, low economic households that we did back in 2019, and therefore that those eligible kids have definitely changed. Fortunately, the USDA has lowered the ISP percentage from 40% to 25%, and we are, when I say we, I kind of mean Kyle here being our guru when it comes to CEP, having lived this in Washoe County. We are looking to take our entire district CEP. That means our goal is to create a plan that allows every kid to get a free breakfast, lunch, and snack in Lyon County School District. We know this has been a goal of the boards. We know, and we also know that if our kids are fed, they're going to pay attention in class. If they're hungry, they're not going to pay attention and understand and learn, right? So, partnering with Chartwell's, we while we are still with them for another year before we go back out to RFP, we're working on a plan to take our entire district CEP. Unfortunately, the math is going to be a little tough to swallow on this one. So, so far, our annual impact is anywhere from 500,000 to $1 million that it's going to cost the district to support this plan. So we're still working on the numbers. Once they are ready, we plan to bring them forward to the board and get board approval. But it is something we're working on. Ms. Peterson.
What is CEP? Sorry.
Thank you. That was going to be my question.
So,
Sorry.
so CEP is the Community Eligibility Program. So it takes the direct certifications instead of free and reduced. So it cuts out the meal drives. And like Carmen said, I've done this for many years. So you go, and if you're on SNAP and if Medicare, it directly certifies you at the state. We get those numbers and they qualify. So we take the percentage each school is and times it multiplied by 1.6. And that's the percentage we come in at free and the remaining is paid. So it eliminates the reduced. As we all know, students learn better when they are fed.
The threshold for the percentage of the school population has to be over 25%.
Correct.
Okay.
With the 1.6% multiplier.
Yeah.
So our parents can be filling out those forms again. This is all just they're getting the numbers from.
Correct. So the parents might fill out the forms for different state requirements, but for us, we will no longer be doing that drive.
Can you share, we already have, at least, do we have one community that's CEP or two right now currently, or?
I know Fernley Elementary
So-
School's got to do that first.
So with this year, so first, every school for FY25 will meet the 25% threshold. That's why we can do this.
Yeah.
It is just our percentage to take, every school will be at 65% free and about 35% paid. And the magic number to become profitable or break even is about 74%.
Yeah.
So that's the first
So
consideration.
to answer Mr. Working's question, in the past CEP, we were our Yerington schools along with Silver Stage Elementary and Middle School. There were the CEP schools that we had in our district. With the changes, where our goal is to take everybody to CEP, which basically means free meals, breakfast, lunch, and snack. To Mr. Rodriguez's point, we're looking at about 65% fall under the free threshold. That means the remaining 35% is going to be at a cost to the district. We're not going to receive reimbursement for the remaining 35%. So how do we sustain everybody getting a free meal and paying for that 35% is what we're working on internally at the moment. And that's what we're estimating an annual impact of $500,000 to $1 million a year. So
is the federal government paying for that? That drop to 25%? Are they covering that, or is this the state?
So-
through the state?
So this is the USDA change, but there's no like coverage as the reimbursement percentage is the reimbursement percentage. So if we take everybody and it costs the school district $1 million, we're on the hook for that. It's just allowing for school districts to provide free meals. And the other thing with CEP is you can lock in for 3 years. So you can go back out and resubmit to NDA if it's advantageous, or if we boom for 2 years, we have a locked in rate for budgeting for 3 years.
So
The feds do that just a little bit better than special education, but not much.
The current plan we're on, that expires in July, that's tied to ESSER funds as well?
no, current plan's been supplemented through the state.
Yes.
So the state has been supplementing.
And there-
Yeah, correct. So with the state ESSER funds, so the federal government made it free. So USDA initially had made it free for 2 years. Last year, the state came in and said, since USDA isn't covering this, we'll utilize our ESSER funds to cover whoever already isn't free for the school districts. The state now has ended that. The state has also made it very clear in the most recent audit presentation, the governor made it pretty clear that if Clark County can take the entire county CEP and is now funding the entire school district of, however many, 168,000 kids, 170,000 kids, why are the smaller districts unable to also go CEP and provide meals for all school districts? It's easier said than done, but he's indicated that that's the direction he's pushing everybody for. And truthfully, we're a fan of it. Why wouldn't we, if we can financially sustain this, why wouldn't we present this to the board for review? So that's a huge project on our plate with nutrition services. Obviously, Mr. Rodriguez has taken a massive lead on that. He's a guru here for that. And yeah, so once we're ready with that, we will bring it forward. And shifting, the next piece is just a quick piece on information systems. Everybody loves IT until you really hate IT. And so our goal with our IT department is beginning shifting into the cloud. We're at a very comfortable spot at this point where we're confident that we can start beginning shifting and utilizing several more features. And it's kind of the direction that all our services are also headed towards anyways. So this is a huge kudos to our IT manager, Hugh Stone, and his team, who are doing a great job and making a good game plan there.
I've seen something on the budget that I hadn't seen in 7.5 years. IT did a refund. Somebody must have, sent something back and they got money and he put it in the budget. So I was just
Are you talking about E-rate?
after 7.5 years to see that.
Okay.
But you tell him good job.
I will let him know. Thank you for returning what you returned. But yeah, that's it for us. Any other questions before we move on to the real meat and potatoes, which is accountability around there?
So, Reading, you're saying, shifting information to the cloud to help us less downtime due to vendors, but we just had a huge issue a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, where our whole system was down because of a vendor and the
Correct.
fiber optics. So I don't see how going to the cloud is gonna prevent us from still having those type of hardware issues.
It would have, if we were in the cloud and we were disconnected from one central service, one central server base in Yerington, every area would have been able to satellite up, with the exception of Yerington. So that's the 21st century that we live in. We would have been able to, but the fact that everything's so hardwired in and we're not essentially in the cloud yet, we were down district wide. So yes, the answer, we're like I said, we love IT until we really, really hate IT. And a simple fiber optic issue that we have no control over did cause that damage. But if we were where we want to be by the end of this fiscal year, our goal is June 30th, we definitely would have not been down at all. So, all right, any other questions on the budget, facilities, nutrition services? All right.
All right, if not, I think we'll take a 5-minute break at this point, or 10. meeting back to order. I believe we're on item 8C. Then we'll turn the member of Ms. Whitman.
Thank you, appreciate that. So the great thing about a workshop is we do have ability to discuss all these items, you know, we are taking them in order. And so again, if questions pop to your mind or a new topic spurs questions about another one, then just know that you can ask those. We want to make sure we answer those questions. So moving into what our governor's office has called acing accountability. So we attached a lot of documents in the board book about this and sent some things about this to you earlier. But I wanted to make sure that we all had a complete full understanding of not only acing accountability, but also the Nevada School Performance Framework. That's what the NSPF stands for, Nevada School Performance Framework. But that they are separate accountability systems in the state of Nevada. And in addition to NSPF, which we've had for a while, that's affectionately called the STAR rating system. But in addition to that, this acing accountability has come along from the governor's office. And then our wonderful school funding commission, which Mr. Rodriguez gets to sit on now. They also are tasked with putting together an accountability metric and system. And so that's three accountability systems that have come about just from this last legislative session. And so with that, talking about acing accountability, you can go ahead and advance that, Damon, to the next slide. So just a little bit of history about this. This is a little two-page pamphlet, but I've just taken this little snippet here where Governor Lombardo is talking about the $2.6 billion that was infused into public education in the state of Nevada with this round of budgeting. Now, as all of us know, you can take any number or story and you can spin it any way that you want to. But what I would like to remind us all about is that, yes, this is a historic investment into K-12 funding in the state of Nevada. But with this historic investment, this did not even get us to the national average of per pupil spending across our country. So we are still below the national average, even with this $2.6 billion. And I also want to remind everyone that this was not just a magical gift that came from the legislature or the governor's office. This was a direct result of absolutely record revenue for the state of Nevada because of all the incredible inflation and sales tax and everything else that's happened to us in our state. So the state of Nevada revenue increased by 4.5 billion. That's 21% from 2020 to 2022. And so again, we appreciate the funding. The funding was much needed, but it's not like this was an absolute game changer to change everything for education in the state of Nevada. This did not get us to the national average. That's a great way to look at it, Mr. Farr, is that it bought us some time. And it was a direct result of, this money would have been coming to us just because of the incredible state revenue that happened over the course of this last little biennium. And so with that, we can see that Governor Lombardo stated that because I'm giving you all this money, I expect results, right? That's what his little quote says there. I want accountability and I want to make sure all this money is impacting educational improvement. Well, what we also have to remember, again, a little history, is that with this infused money, we also, all districts across the state knew that it was incredibly important, and this board also supported the importance of this, that we also give the vast majority of this to make sure that we are taking care of our current staff. Our staff were in dire need of increases, and so the vast majority of this $2.6 billion infused into public education went to salary and benefit increases, and rightfully so. But it's important for us to also remember that paying the same people more money to do the same job isn't necessarily going to get us these incredible changes in student achievement and performance. Now, with that, I will again express my incredible gratitude to this board and to this cabinet for having the vision of using ESSER dollars in advance to this infusion of $2.6 billion to impact student achievement, right? We've had a number of curriculum adoptions and materials that are now in the hands of our students and teachers, and our teachers are giving us rave reviews about it for the HMH and ELA and the iReady with the math and algebra adoptions and so on and so forth. And so again, gratitude and very grateful to everyone for providing those materials, which we know are already increasing student achievement. We'll show that here later in the presentation. But again, a little frustration for the mere fact that a governor's office or a legislature is going to think that 2.6 billion over a biennium, by the way, is all of a sudden in 1 year going to have these incredible changes in student achievement. And so with that said, I want to move to the next slide. And we provided you this, the governor's audit report from Executive Order 2023-005. And if any of you read this cover to cover, I'm sorry. Truly, I am sorry. I wanted to provide it to you because it did come out and we wanted to make you aware of it. But in a nutshell, what this audit goes on to talk about and to claim is that they found no measurable real student achievement increases over this past year from this infusion of 2.6 billion, which wasn't 2.6 billion because that's over the way. I mean, I'm going to keep reminding you of that. But there was not real measurable student increase. And oh, by the way, they were auditing performance from before this year. So, and the beginning of this year. So to say the least that this is a backwards audit or a backwards way of measuring what this infusion of 2.6 billion is doing is an understatement. It's kind of a mess. And to make it worse, the gentleman who actually was in charge of the audit was fired by the governor's office because it didn't tell the story that he wanted it to tell. And so those are just facts. That's what we know. That's what we have. I wish that this would provide us better information, but I don't know anything better than to say bad information going in equals bad information coming out. You're not going to have information coming out from an audit that was performed on something that you can't even measure the impact on yet. So again, that's there for you for your viewing pleasure. And if you want to read that, then please feel free. But I don't think it really tells you anything that you don't already know. All right, so next slide. And again, at any point, if you have questions or want to stop me or I'm tired of hearing from you, just hit me or tell the person next to you. So with this, acing accountability, there came about essentially 6 measurements, and we're going to get into each one of these and explain them in greater detail. But the first one is basically asking questions and then providing metrics that they want to measure. So to what degree are districts effectively implementing reading and mathematics resources? And so our staff have been required to provide a plethora of information to the state to account for and be able to measure into these factors. And again, we'll get into the details in a moment. The next one is to what degree are kindergarten through grade 3 students demonstrating progress towards mastery and literacy as measured by MAP, our measure of academic progress. You've heard of MAP assessments before here, and growth in reading assessments. And then it's also the same thing for grades 4 to 8 and where they're at with the Smarter Balanced assessment. So they're measuring MAP for grades K to 3 and then Smarter Balanced for grades 4 to 8. And that's in mathematics for 4 to 8. And then to what degree are high school graduates prepared for success in college and career? And we'll show you what that metric is and how that's being measured. And then to what degree do districts have the workforce to meet the needs of every student? So districts are being held accountable for things that are within our control and, in my opinion, things vastly outside of our control when it comes to staffing and workforce. And we'll explain more about that in just a moment as well. And then the last one is one that we want to discuss with you today and present with you some ideas that we have. The ACing accountability is giving districts the ability to come up with their own innovative solution as to how they're meeting the unique needs of their students. And based on a lot of the conversations we've had as a board, our conversations around the portrait of a learner, and our emphasis on CTE and work-based learning and such, we would like to present to you today our idea around measuring work-based learning as our innovative measure that we're being asked to provide. Okay, and so that's just a quick synopsis of what ACing accountability is. I'd like to now move to the frequently asked questions, and it's important that we note this and that we review these FAQs. And if you can go ahead and click on the FAQ and pull that up there, Erica. I want to go through some of these because it's important that we understand this going into these metrics to which we're being held accountable. So the first question, it gives you where the metrics came from. So there were a variety of bills in the session. So when I say the governor's office came up with ACing accountability, they did, but there was also a number of our legislators that passed bills saying we want accountability for this 2.6 billion that's going into education. So it wasn't just solely the governor's office, the legislators wanted this too. And so that gives you an idea of where that came from. The next question asks the question that, hey, this looks a lot like the Nevada School Performance Framework, the NSPF, that was already in place and is a star rating system. And so this answers the question that do the metrics replace the NSPF? The answer is no, it doesn't replace the NSPF. Some things are similar, but there are other things that it's looking for. And so we're also going to give you a rundown of the Nevada School Performance Framework so that you can compare the two today and have a good idea in your mind of the difference between the two. The next question, what happens, what if a school district fails to meet expectations in some areas? We'll show you the report card that we've already received from Nevada Department of Education to Lyon County specific. But the question is what happens? What if you fail to meet it? And the answer basically is that the overall results will be used to make future decisions about funding education and future decisions about policies in education. So ACing accountability is not going to give a star rating or a grade or anything like that. It'll just be used for public shaming. I mean, it'll just be used for decisions by the legislature in the future and the governor's office.
I was just gonna say that, yeah, I was surprised that they say they're gonna use this information to decide what school they might want to take over.
Well, remember, acing accountability is all about school districts. It's not about individual schools. So no individual school information will be measured through acing accountability. It's only the entire school district. And so, again, I think ultimately one thing that they state is also making decisions about which schools need extra support. And so, right now, through the NSPF, through the star rating system, there are schools that are identified as needing additional supports, and we'll explain that more later in the presentation. But yes, that's a piece of what they were talking about is additional supports going to those schools. And we'll share with you what that looks like with those additional supports, as you can imagine.
They said it so nicely. Additional support. I thought that they were a little more direct in what they wanted to do. Make changes for us.
Yeah, I mean, you can surmise that throughout the documents that are provided. So district improvement or district performance plans that ask if those will change as part of this, and the answer is no, they won't necessarily, but you'll learn today and see today that we want to continue to align our work not only with acing accountability, but with our portrait of the learner. We want to make sure that's aligned with the goals that we set as a board and leading into the superintendent evaluation as well. How are student learning growth projections determined? You can see that NWEA, as you know, we've been using NWEA for over 20 years. This is MAP, the MAP Major Academic Progress Assessment. We've been using that for over 20 years in the Lyon County School District, and they do a great job of providing growth targets and also projected proficiency targets based on their metrics. And so again, we'll share more about that with you later in the presentation, but that's what that question is answering. The next question, the previous target for proficiency on math growth reading assessment was the 40th percentile. Why has it changed to the 65th percentile? And we've been trying to explain this for a while in our district, but I think it's really important that we hit on this once again. The linking study that NWA does, what they've done with this linking study is try to create the metrics that would show where a student would be able to perform on the SBAC assessment. So you remember that our NWA assessment is used fall, winter, and spring in our district to provide growth goals and growth targets for our students and to help us design interventions. The SBAC, the Smarter Balanced Assessment, is the end exam for students in grades 3 through 8 in ELA and math. And sometimes we call this an autopsy because it just tells us where they ended up for that particular assessment. And so one thing that's important to note here is that with the NWEA assessment, in order for students to achieve a 3 or higher on the SBAC assessment, they have to be in the 62nd to 78th percentile in the nation. So that means that they have to be achieving that much higher than the average 3rd grader, 4th grader, 5th grader in the nation in order to reach that mark on the SBAC exam. And so it might cause you to ask a question. What is the SBAC really measuring, right? Mr. Farr.
I haven't been shy about my feelings about this stupid exam. And I call it stupid because it really only provides results for one entity, and that's the state level to look at and measure schools, measure other schools. It doesn't do anything for driving instruction. It doesn't do anything for driving curriculum. doesn't do anything for the schools. It provides no answers to parents whatsoever. It's a time suck is all it is. And it actually takes away from instructional time preparing for this stupid exam that doesn't do anything for the schools or the student. I don't know why they use this, because maybe it's something that they've decided, somebody higher up than me decided that, well, this makes sense, we can judge everybody accurately, fine. So then take the growth that we do from the maps, because you already have a test in place that you study growth, and you can do that. So take those results, because those are actually timely and they drive instruction and they help out with assessing. I know one of the things when I meet with legislators, I'm going to be like, we need to get rid of this thing. You need to get rid of it, because it doesn't do anything but cause harm. It doesn't do anything positive for our students whatsoever.
Amen. Amen.
Thank you. And I'll just, again, a little history lesson and a reminder. The SBAC came about, the Smart Balance Consortium came about after Common Core was adopted back around 2012. So you'll remember ebbs and flows with politics, right? And I don't get into one side is better than the other. Please don't take that from anything that I'm saying here, because historically we've had both Republicans and Democrats, make changes to education. For example, 2001 was about when No Child Left Behind came about, and all students were supposed to be 100% by 2014, and then that got washed away, and then 2012 Common Core comes into play, and ergo you have to have these new assessments come about because of the Common Core standards, which, by the way, prior to Common Core, we were being measured at around the 50th percentile for the criterion referenced exam. And now we're up to the 62nd to 78th percentile. Anyway, all that aside, SBAC came about. Other states adopted PARC assessments. And some other states just said, forget it all together. We're making our own assessment, and moved in that direction. And since that time, since roughly that 2012 to 2014 time period, you've had states ebb and flow through dropping PARC, dropping SBAC, wanting to create their own, feds giving flexibility for creating your own, but then creating all kinds of barriers around creating your own. So the state of Nevada has also tried to delve in the realm of creating their own assessment that's more meaningful to students and families. But there are a lot of regulations by the feds that make it difficult to create your own and be innovative in a way of assessing and measuring things that are truly meaningful to our parents and families. So anyway, that's just a little history behind that, and the growth projections and targets. The next question is, do the metrics for enrollment in rigorous coursework include all enrolled students in a particular grade level? The answer to that is it's all grades 9 through 12 in a high school. And again, this will make more sense when we get into those slides upcoming, because we had to provide information on our rigorous coursework offered. Next question, what course enrollment will be collected as part of the metrics? And it goes through and answers that question. Advanced placement courses, CTE courses, dual credit courses, what's called international baccalaureate courses or IB courses. We don't offer those in the Lyon County School District, but everything else we passed along what courses are offered that meet those criteria.
There's only one school in Nevada, Worcester, that does that.
That I'm aware of. I'm not aware of any others than Worcester. And that was created to make it a magnet school in Washington, if I remember correctly. Then it outlines the requirements for the CCR diploma, the College and Career Ready diploma. I won't get too much into that. I won't get into, the workforce metrics, monitored using vacancy data reports, critical shortage areas. Don will be explaining a lot more about that. The next question is about how's this collected, and they're collecting it by communicating with us and pulling stuff from Infinite Campus, but also information that we are providing from our personnel system, Infinite Vision. And then it talks about the standard error of measurement, the plus or minus 3 to 5 on the RIT points. That's for the map assessment and what that looks like. And then this very last question. Is it more difficult to achieve a growth projection for students scoring above the 95th percentile? So what I want to say about this is we're going to show you that one of the things, quite frankly, that NAS, all the superintendents argued with NDE about when creating this collection of information is that they are expecting that all students show growth, even those who are already proficient or who are already achieving well into the 90th percentile. And I don't know if you know how growth works, but you don't get to grow to the 105th percentile or anything beyond 100.
Maybe a lot of times telling.
Yes. And in addition to that, if it's a third grader scoring at the 95th or 99th percentile, they're not necessarily being provided instruction at the 5th grade level, the 6th grade level, so on and so forth. Our teachers do their very best, but you're typically not going to see their growth. So we argued with NDE that, do the growth measure for students who have not yet met proficiency, but you need to exclude those students who have met proficiency from that growth target. And they absolutely refused. They threw back in our faces, well, don't you want all students to grow? Well, yes, we do. We absolutely do. But statistically and numbers wise, it's not possible for certain students to grow if they're in the 99th percentile, for example. So with that, we're going to now get into each of those specific questions and the metrics that they're collecting around that. We want you to be totally informed about acing accountability and what it entails. Before we shift to that, does anybody have any questions about these FAQs or about acing accountability and where it came from? Anything like that? Okay, we will move along then, and I believe Heather is going to explain this first slide and also the scorecard or the scoreboard that we received from the state.
So as Mr. Workman shared about the acing accountability, there are 6 accountability measures within that. I'm going to talk about the first 2. The first one is to what degree our districts effectively implementing resources, and this was specifically the performance metrics under that are implementing resources, and then also to your district planning. And so for the first one, to what degree are districts effectively implementing resources? This is our current report card or rating. We meet that expectation, and that is also a credit to our board. Lately, we've adopted a lot of curricula, and it has all been aligned to the vetted curriculum by the state and by the state board. And so kudos there. Our district performance, that is based on our current district performance plan, and we meet expectations. So doing good so far on our first accountability measure. We'll keep going. Our next one, the next accountability measure is to what degree are K-3 students demonstrating progress towards mastery and literacy as measured by measures of academic progress or MAP growth in reading assessment. So this is also in alignment with our Read by Grade 3 law and our plan for our district, and is also outlined in the latest policy that we have implemented in our district, IKEA. I just have to keep saying that for Damon's sake. But the performance metrics within this both measure 2 things. It is measuring the growth goals, projected growth goals, as well as the proficiency goals. So if you look at this is part of that report card. In 23, We'll start on the very left. 41% of our students in grades K through 3 met their growth projections. And then 27.2% were proficient. So for 2024, our new goal is that 65% of our students will meet their growth projections and 32.2% of our students will be proficient. So we're always monitoring and looking at our data throughout the year and looking at where we are and our projected proficiency. Even though we don't give a lot of credence to the SBAC, we still kind of know where we are. Do I have a question, Bridget?
When you say 24, do you mean 24, 25 school year? Or
This is the end of this year.
End of this year.
Yeah, so this was based on 2023 spring, and then this will be 2024. So we just got this a little while ago, so
Yeah,
it's so great to have a goal that you've already midway through the year. Yeah.
The first column is our goal, or that's what we actually achieved? That's how much
We achieved 41% last year.
and 65% this year.
No, that's our goal.
That's
Okay.
the target
That's the
set
state.
by the state.
That's their goal they set for us.
Yeah, so the state set these targets in their acing accountability.
So they just gave us the target with 12 weeks left to go in the schools.
They gave us the target in January.
Oh, okay. All right.
Come on, it was happening.
So it
through
was
the
clear
spring.
back in
Okay.
January.
Didn't we just complete the MAPS testing just recently, like last month, right?
We just took the winter.
Or in
math.
For the
January.
winter.
Do we have the results of that already? Is that part of this?
No.
No.
No,
Oh,
but
no.
that's what we're using to
much
monitor, so we're gonna share with you, on that next slide.
Sorry.
Um, So this shows us our K through 3 students, their proficiency on the winter reading math assessment. So if they keep continuing to progress at the rate they are, we will have a 35.39 proficiency rate for our students in grades K through 3 by the end of the school year. So we will meet that proficiency goal. We'll actually exceed that. Huh?
35% increase?
The proficiency rate would be, it would be an increase. So the total number of students in grades K through 8 who will be proficient
three.
on the spring math assessment will be that percentage. And our target that was set by the state was 32.2%. So if we keep moving along and progressing at this rate, we got that one. We cannot show the growth for K through 3 right now because our kindergartners only take the map for the first time in the winter. It's a universal screener and also a trigger for our reading acceleration plans. And so they do not take the test. They actually listen to us as LEAs and are giving our kids time to learn how to read before they actually take the test and are put on a reading acceleration plan. So we do not have that, but this is what we do have so far. Any questions about that?
I'm assuming kind of that gender test that you do in the winter is much like the other math where it's audio to them, correct?
K through 1 is.
Yeah, they still read something.
Any questions about that?
All right, so the next piece that we're looking at is to what degree are students in grades 4 through 8 demonstrating growth and proficiency. So similar to the K through 3, the state gave us a goal for the spring of 24. But in the spring of 2023, 24.6 met adequate growth and 22.3 scored proficient or a level 3 or 4 on the Smarter Balance test in the spring. So this year, our target for adequate growth is 29.6 in grades 4 through 8. And the state is hoping that we hit 27.3% proficiency on the Smarter Balance here in the spring. So if you want to forward to the next slide. So as Heather mentioned, we do a lot of monitoring and taking a look at where our students are at. This year, we are utilizing iReady for math solely. We do not give the MAP test in math. And honestly, because we were over testing, two assessments 3 times a year for that was just overkill. And our teachers asked us to reduce it just to the iReady because they felt that that data was more productive for them. Plus, their curriculum is linked to the data that they get from iReady. So as students test in their diagnostics 3 times a year, it attaches a learning path for each student that's individualized. So it targets their deficits and helps them grow. As of the end of the winter diagnostic, and you can see this is our projected proficiency, if students continue to make typical growth, okay? So it actually breaks it down in iReady if they make no more growth, if they make typical growth, or if they make stretch growth. And what we advocate with all of our staff is that you target stretch growth. What we want to see is stretch growth for every kid, if possible, right? Typical growth is basically a 1 year's growth, right? But if you've got a kid who's 2 grade levels behind, 1 year growth is not going to cut it. So we want stretch growth. So that's over and above a single year's growth. That way we can hopefully close the gap over time. And iReady just recently released a study that states if students make their stretch growth 2 years in a row, they're that much more likely to score proficient on the Smarter Balance test. So right now, if students make their typical growth for the year, we see that 31% of our students will be or are projected to be, there's no guarantee they will, but they are projected to be proficient on the Smarter Balanced exam. And so we keep an eye on this. Actually, we have, after every diagnostic test, we host what we call a data chat with all of our administrators. The administrators come and they can look at their individual schools' data. They can break it down by teacher, by classroom, by student, and see where every kid is scoring at and where their holes are and what they need to do to make up ground. So we had a really robust data chat after the winter diagnostic, and we had a lot of principals go back to their sites and host data chats with their own staff, where they had the staff, okay, you pull up your class, take a look, how many students are projected to make their stretch growth, how many are projected to make typical growth, how many are way below their growth. They looked at that per student, or they were encouraged to, and many of the sites did. And so their teachers are taking a look at this data. Each week, I send out a report on Friday to show all the principals student use of their independent learning path, so they can get a sense of whether or not their students are logging into their MyReady and completing assignments and how many they're passing, that kind of thing. So we've really pushed that because, again, iReady did a study and showed that students that are on those independent learning paths are closing the gap and making more growth. So we're really emphasizing that with our sites and our teachers in hopes that students will achieve that growth. I can tell you there are numerous competitions that go on in each of the schools to encourage kids to do those independent learning paths. I know that a good percentage of my take-home pay goes to donuts for my wife's class on a regular basis for kids who make their projected goals. So, and I know that happens throughout a number of schools. They actually have a drawing of a donut on the wall, and the kids have to fill in squares as they hit their percentages, and then once they fill up the donut, they get a donut party.
Fat-free, sugar-free, and completely in compliance with our wellness goals.
Yes. They're incredible donuts, I tell you. That is kind of a glance at the math proficiency that we're expected to get. Is there any questions before we go on to the college career? Yes, ma'am.
Back once, I see the 31% back to what the state wanted. Oh, so.
Sorry, yes, I should have illustrated that. Yes, the state projects us at 27.3. Our hope is that we hit that 31%. And I have to tell you, now, when you look at 4th through 8th grade, right? Okay, we're excluding K1, 2, and 3 from this measure, right? Middle school's a challenge when it comes to growth and when it comes to students completing their personalized learning path. That is a challenge. I'm just going to be honest with you. Middle school kids, just, you know, they're hitting that age where physiologically their brains kind of turn off. Yeah, my dad used to talk about the nerve that connects my brain to my backside and how he had to reconnect that nerve during my upcoming. I don't think things have changed in terms of how kids operate in middle school. So it is a challenge, and that is the concern that we have from a district perspective, is looking at those middle school scores and seeing what we could do to make sure those kids are closing the gap. And honestly, this is our 3rd year for iReady for 6th, 7th, and 8th. It is only our second year for iReady in grades K through 6 or K through 5. So we're learning a lot from this program because it provides some really good data. And we're starting to see our younger grades really start to close some gaps. And I think over time, we're gonna see some promising growth. But we're still recovering from that pandemic, especially at our middle grades. Because when you think about when that pandemic hit and those students being alone at home, or I shouldn't say alone at home, but not so much focused on math while they were home, right? It's easy for a parent to pick up a book and maybe read to their student, at least I would hope so. But a lot of times there was a lot of questions about what to do about math, those types of things. So we're still working on closing that gap, and God willing, we'll get there. But it is a challenge in middle school in particular.
So, Jim, I used this last year when I taught, and what I loved about the iReady program was that, you have the diagnostic test, but every week I'm getting, these little mini quizzes and things that go on in there especially when they're doing their MyPath assignments, which are constantly change and evolve depending on how it totally identifies on a regular day, like daily basis, like where they're weak on this or they're weak on that, they need to work on this. I love that you have as a teacher to be able to pull that up on any given day, and like for example, a parent-teacher conference, and you can go and show, here's their iReady stuff, and it breaks it down for them where they need help and stuff, And the other thing that's really great is you can print that out and send it home. My wife is already doing this. She loves it. She can print it out and send it home. And then the parents know when they get the kid logged into paper for tutoring, he needs to work on this, he needs to work on this. And she's actually seeing that that's actually helped and benefit a lot of the kids. Because as a parent, right, I know, for example, my son is in advanced math. He's beyond my ability. I'm beyond, he's beyond me to be able to help him. And I sent him to his mom because she's still current on a lot of the math stuff. English, I can help him with. Math, I started looking at it going, that looks vaguely familiar, but I don't think I've done one of those in about 20-something years, So that's what I love about it, is that you can go with the free tutoring we have and tailor it towards, and you have a breakdown, and it actually explains the nomenclature of what the problem is, where they're lacking a foundational skill in this, that, or the other. And they take it to paper, and the tutor now goes, okay, I'm going to drill down on this particular thing, whether it's, numbers value or place value or any of those things that they may be weak on. So.
And
just to piggyback on that, there's also, within the workbooks, there are parent letters that we encourage the teachers to rip out because not that they're destroying textbooks. Those are
Part of the contract.
yeah, they get new textbooks every year. They're workbooks, really. So the students take those letters home and give it to parents, and it talks to, or it communicates to the parent what the student will be learning during that unit and what they can do to help that student at home, and the different activities that they could do, whether it be going to the store and calculating, the cost of the groceries and keeping a running tally, using a calculator, whatever the case might be, helping cook in the kitchen and using fractions, those types of things. There's lots of different activities within that curriculum, which are outstanding. The other piece, if I could piggyback on another part, there is a prerequisite report that is generated for all of your class as a teacher. So when you pull up that prerequisite report and you're about to introduce a new concept in math, it'll say, these kids are ready to learn that new concept. These kids are not. These kids are way below. And it basically says, for the kids that are not ready, do this. The kids that are way below, do this. And it actually communicates lesson plans for those teachers to help those students prepare for that grade level content that's about to be introduced. Because the bottom line is, if we continue to remediate kids and we don't introduce grade level content, it creates a bigger and bigger and bigger gap. And so one of the things that we've really focused on with our PD, thanks to Damon and his team, as well as iReady, they've really looked at those prerequisite reports and really emphasized those with staff at the different sites and how to do that. And actually, they're improving upon, and this is one of the great things about having an online platform, they're improving on those prerequisite reports so that teachers won't have to dig for the materials. They'll have a live hyperlink. They can just click and it'll take them to the materials that those kids need and print it off. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Mr. Etter, would it be possible to maybe even pull a sample student or even a fake student and send that report to the board so that they can see everything that Mr. Gianotti's talking about? And so maybe we'll send that out in the next week or so, and then you guys can really look at what is available to our students and families.
Okay. Any other questions before we go on college career readiness?
So when you get to this new concept area, and iReady has identified where every student is, are letters going out to parents at that point to let them know where their child is?
I wouldn't imagine that they would do that for every new concept, because that could be multiple concepts throughout a week or 2 weeks. Yeah, hopefully. But definitely the communication with parents is encouraged. So as a student is struggling, hopefully the teacher is communicating that with parents and letting them know. So I think it varies per classroom probably.
Yeah, they're breaking, the parts are broken into modules. So that it talks about the concepts they're going to discuss in this module. So there's like one compartmentalized as opposed to every single one.
It's almost like, you have, what is it, 5 lessons per module, if memory serves correctly.
Yeah, and then a quiz
and then a quiz at the end. So it's designed to be multiple lessons throughout those days or that module, and then you move on to another module. So it would really depend, but that would be a lot of communication home.
Yeah, so new concepts must mean very small steps.
It could be small steps. It just depends on it's hard to define for you, because it would depend on the module and the concepts being explored, right? It may not just be fractions. It might be, it could be measurements. It could be algebraic concepts, you name it. There's lots of different pieces that they go through. You bet. All right. For the next one, to what degree are high school graduates prepared for success in college or career? Honestly, Erica, if you could click on this, and
Is it
then
clickable?
blow it out, because it should be hyperlinked.
Oh, great.
You may want to shrink that down just a little bit.
Yeah.
So when we were asked to gather what basically the numbers behind this measure, we were looking at the number of students enrolled in dual credit, the number of students passing, the number of students enrolled in CTE, and the number of students passing. When you look at those numbers, I mean, we're really doing quite well. So we're in the 90th percentile for percentage of students passing dual credit and percentage of students passing our CTE courses. And that's really a testament to our staff. Honestly, the fact that we have students in the 90th percentile of our students passing dual credit, and those are college classes. So this hopefully gives you a sense that our students are perfectly capable of taking college credits and passing those. And so when we get these misnomers that our students are not prepared for college or career based on, let's say, an ACT score, it's erroneous. Our students are definitely able to take dual credit or college level coursework and pass that. We also take a look at the number of students in world languages and passing their world language. That's, foreign language classes at the high school level. We're in the 90th percentile there. And then if we look at the students that are taking AP, IB, or those types of exams or those types of credit, we only have 2 high schools that still offer AP coursework. And in all honesty, dual credit is taking the place of those because it's a credit in the hand versus a possible waiver towards credit in college. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I also wanted to bring up the point that the kids that are passing these classes, you can't just say these are like your top tier kids. Like,
oh no,
jumpstart students, like, C or above and algebra 2 or whatever. These are like the bulk of your kids. These aren't just the top kids who can pass college credits, who are ready for college.
Well, and if you look at the number of students enrolled at Fernley High, at Dayton High, at Silver Springs, 392 students enrolled in Silver Springs High School in dual credit courses. I mean, that's pretty much their entire population.
There was an article 2 months ago, I want to say it was in Newsweek or one of them, but because of the popularity of dual credit classes around the country, that they're seeing about 12% of all colleges per year for the last 6 years are completely dropping the ACT or the SAT as a requirement to apply anymore because it's kind of redundant and pointless at that point.
That is correct.
Yeah.
We've seen that. I mean, UNR doesn't require the ACT. I believe the entire California system has dropped the ACT as a prerequisite for college entrance. One other thing that I want to mention with the AP, you have to understand that when a student takes an AP exam, they have to get a 3, 4, or 5 to be considered passing that AP exam. Colleges make up their own rules as to whether or not they want to waive college credit based on the score. They may require a 3, they may require a 4, or they may require a 5. And not all colleges accept AP scores. So whereas dual credit is transcripted, student passes it, they've got credit in hand, and then most colleges will accept or look at maybe waiving a different college credit based on what they have transcripted. So I'm going to be completely honest. IB, we don't offer. AP is limited and actually shrinking in our district due to the fact that so many students take dual credit coursework. So overall, we're in the 90th percentile there as well. So I'm pretty confident in stating that I think the state's going to be pretty happy with our college career readiness scores here for that template.
What
kind of qualifiers do they have to have in order to enroll in dual credit?
You gotta take advanced math starting in 7th grade. Because they basically, my son's doing it now. He took 7th grade math the first semester, he's taking 8th grade math this semester, so that in his 8th grade year, he can start algebra. Because you have to get all that done before, because I don't think we offer advanced English, but we do the advanced math to prepare for the, if I'm
So can I qualify that though?
Yeah.
That's to enter the Jumpstart program.
correct.
So to enter the Jumpstart program, they have to have completed Algebra 2 by the time they complete their sophomore year. And they also have excuse me, do they still have that writing exam for English?
Yeah, the AccuPlacer.
The AccuPlacer. And so that's to enter the Jumpstart program. If a dual enrollment class is offered though, any student can get in. They can apply and just take a dual enrollment course that's not the Jumpstart program. So yes, Mr. Farr was correct with the Jumpstart program and those requirements, but otherwise, any high school student can.
Okay, I didn't know if there was any restrictions on like a kid that wants to try to get the dual credits and say he doesn't have the grades or hasn't had the right classes yet, if he or she can still get a dual credit course.
So honestly, using Silver Stage High School as an example, Mr. Peters wants every kid in that school to enroll in at least one dual credit course. And from the numbers, you can see he's pretty much reached that goal or come darn close if he hasn't hit it with every kid.
We encourage our staff to become adjunct professors.
Correct.
And if the class can be run concurrently, for example, a Spanish class at Silver Stage High School is run concurrently, all the students in that Spanish class receive dual credits.
So for example, right now in our teaching and training pathway for CTE, every one of those students take a dual credit course, EDU 110 and EDU 112, and they complete a 2-year pathway in 1 year by taking those 2 college courses.
Great question.
I just wanted to point out real quick, I was thrilled to see my daughter took advantage of those classes. I was thrilled to see she went to school out of state and they accepted absolutely all of the credits, which I think is a good spot.
Well, it's huge because it saves you some money too in the long run. Yeah, I wish they had it. No, they might have. I just. I might have missed school that day.
Can we just reemphasize that our kids are ready for college? Let's just never say that they aren't again. This just blows it out of the water.
I have to tell you, our students are better prepared than I know that I was when I was in high school, I'll tell you that. And I realize I went to high school a long time ago, but I am really impressed and blown away. I was on the phone with WNC today, working on some additional dual credit courses. It is incredible what our kids are doing and what they're producing as a result of these dual credit courses. And we're trying to expand our CTE offerings with dual credit as well. And we're about to engage in some vertical articulation with WNC, with our CTE teachers, so that they can start working together to improve that pipeline from our high schools in WNC CTE offerings. So it's incredible what we've got going on.
And I think to echo on Bridget's point too, not only is every kid ready for college, but every kid is ready for career too. So I mean, when you look at that CTE pass rate, when we're giving kids classes that they're actually interested in going to and completing, that they're doing a great job at passing those and getting skills that they can take out into the workforce when they leave high school.
Is there a cost associated with dual credit courses?
Yes, and it largely depends on, our students that are free and reduced, we typically cover those costs. Students that are not, if they're in the Jumpstart program, we pay for half unless they fail, and then they're on the hook. That's in our policy. So if they fail coursework, then they have to assume the cost for those courses. With our affiliate taught courses, That's a $75 cost for the course, period. And most of our high schools cover those costs through title funds or other means. We have some grants that we have covered costs for students' coursework as well, depending on what the grant is for. So it varies.
So I take it they're signing some kind of a contract agreement, taking those courses, saying that.
They do with the Jump Start in particular, yes. And general dual credit as well, yeah.
And I like that if they don't pass, they got to pay for it.
Yeah.
It's very good incentive.
Well, to clarify, they don't pay for the course that they failed. If they wish to continue in the program, they pay for it themselves. So it's not like we penalize and say, you gotta pay for this one you failed. It's if they're either kicked out of the program, meaning you weren't ready for it, or they choose to pay for it themselves if they wish to stay. And we've had some who pay for it themselves and they stay, and we then pick them back up the next semester if they pass those courses.
Board wishes, we can make them pay for it.
All right, at this point, I'm gonna kick it over to Dawn.
So as part of acing accountability, we also look at our workforce, and our board has been very good to us in terms of our recruitment and our retention incentives for our employees. As part of this, let me just.
Yeah,
can you
this
click
one.
on the worksheet? What we have listed here are each of our schools with the number of teachers that we have, licensed staff at each of our schools, and then the number of vacant positions that we have. So you can see what that percentage is across the district for all of our schools. What the acing accountability states is that we have to have a 20% decrease in our unfilled positions, including our long-term subs, basically our employees with substitute licenses. This is data from 22-23, and so for 23-24, that we're already in March, that's what we're saying that we will need to have. We actually do pretty well when it comes to filling our positions. There's not a principal across this nation that will not try to fill with a licensed employee whenever they can. But when Wayne talked about how some of these things are out of control, we have talked with the board, and the board is very well aware that our institutions of higher education are graduating less teachers out of their programs every year. We have done everything we can to be part of programs across the state and across the nation to bring teachers to Lyon County School District, and we will continue to do that. We're very happy that we are able to have incentives for this upcoming year. As we said earlier, some of the other school districts, because of the ESSER's money, aren't going to have any incentives for hiring. Churchill has high incentives as their last hurrah, and we'll see how that plays out for them. The incentives have brought in something new for teachers, and that's that they will jump districts, right? So they will go from one to the next and follow incentives. But when you look at our staffing that we do each year, you see that people come back to Lyon. And I believe that that will continue. The 20% for us is 11 more teachers that would be licensed versus a substitute license. So I feel pretty good about that. And I feel really good that we have our Grow Your Own program. So don't forget, 10 plus of our interns, long-term subs, will be certified teachers next year or even sooner. So I think we all across the state and across this nation are battling the same issue, is getting enough teachers into our classrooms. But I think overall, this is going to be more geared to the Washos and the Clarks. We're over 500 openings still, like it's just, yeah, we're.
I have a quick question for you. I always mentioned at I think it was at the last board meeting that why would somebody want to come to Lyon County when Churchill's incentive is so high? But then thinking that one report that I was reading, I don't remember which one, I read a lot of all of them, but it showed where Churchill, I think, was the lowest starting teacher salary in the state. So, I mean, they might come in there for the incentive for the year and then leave quickly thereafter. So, I mean, to say that somehow we're going to lose people to Churchill County, I think is a little bit of a misnomer, falsehood. So,
Yeah, I agree.
based on that.
Don, you've done a really great job, by the way, with Grow Your Own program. I'm glad to see that we're getting that. How are we doing with things like ARL and things like that?
Oh, yeah, we do great with ARL, and we have really good relationships with the Department of Education's approved ARL providers. Coming up, we're gonna have a meeting with iTeach, which we already partner with iTeach, but that is one of the ARL providers that a lot of our employees utilize. And they have a program for paraprofessionals that will link in with our Grow Your Own. But we work with teachers from tomorrow, we work with iTeach, we work with all of the ARL providers. And it's interesting, sometimes you will hear from traditional teachers, oh, they haven't gone through the same, haven't gone to school for years to be a teacher. These people are teachers that are coming in and they don't really have the background. But we have some of the best teachers here that are in our ARL program. So for ARL, you just have to have a bachelor's degree in something other than education. And there are plenty of people that are thinking, what do I want to do with my life? Because that's what COVID did. It made everyone think, like, am I doing what I really should be doing in life? And, engineers and nurses and different professions where they go, I want to teach. I want to be with kids. Yeah, military. And so that's been a great benefit to us.
I really like the part where a lot of the student teaching, so you really, as opposed to the traditional route, like a certified teacher going for 4 years. I like the part with ARL is that a lot of those people are going to hit the ground running with already got now a sense of classroom management and behavioral issues, how to deal and navigate within that framework. And so it does, I think, make a big difference. More of like a OJT internship.
Right.
Hey, Don, with the Grow Your Own program, it's been awesome. Have we seen like a higher number of them just staying with our district? Or are we seeing a movement now where they're starting to do the Grow Your Own, they get certified, and then they're going? Or we're pretty much retaining all of them, right?
Yeah, we're retaining almost all of them. I don't know anyone that left for another school district. As part of the Grow Your Own program, because we do infuse a significant amount of money to help pay for their education, they must stay and teach with us for 3 years. But we don't have people leaving after the 3 years. And we interview all the Grow Your Own candidates, and overwhelmingly, the Grow Your Own candidates are like, I'm not going anywhere. I want to be in Lyon County School District. I want to be a teacher.
Because we're coming up to that 3 years, right?
Oh, we've had it for over. Yeah.
So what is it, like we're at like year 5?
We're in, yeah. It's our
So for the last 2 years, we've had the teachers that have got their 3 years, and we've pretty much retained all of them.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And on top of that, we've only had 2 people that have had to drop out of the program, and both of those were to move away.
And it was family issues. It had nothing to do with leaving Lyon or.
So it's been a great return.
Are we seeing any cooperation with the state on some of those programs? If we look at, say, like military spouses, and they may be licensed in another state, or we can do some kind of a reciprocity thing?
Well, the state of Nevada is in the interstate mobility compact,
Okay.
Which is the program that says if you have a license in another state, you have reciprocity in Nevada and we'll give you a license in Nevada. So we are a part of that. That was part of Heroes of Education and Georgia Alliance's
Oh, good, okay.
advocacy at the federal level. Yeah. All right.
The next slide. So we've gone through, there's 6 categories in the 18 accountability, and this is the, and then we've heard from Heather, Jim, and Don on the other 5. This is the 6th category, and basically we get to highlight kind of something that we feel is of value to us as a district, and as the term is, unique needs of our own students. We feel like one area, and we've kind of mentioned this before, but work-based learning is something that we feel like we want to tout. So the state's been working with every district saying, what do you want to share? What message do you want the public to see? And based on things we've heard from the board and our own public, it's work-based learning, making sure we're giving opportunities for our kids to have career exploration, job shadowing, whatever that might be. So there's 2 goals up here, and you're going to see later when we start talking about the district performance plan, this is one area that we want to tie into our district performance plan. The 2 goals, they look really, really similar if you look at them, but one is increasing learning opportunities, and one is going to be increasing the number of students in those learning opportunities. And then we kind of outline, and the reason why we specifically outline, they all kind of have similarities, but the state defines certain ways, so we want to make sure we include all. But like CTE, work experience, general work experience, work-based learning activities, job shadows, clinical experiences, supervised agricultural experiences, and career exploration. Just like Wayne's talked about before, this baseline data is already behind us, and really the first year is almost already behind us. So we had a baseline, which is last year's 22-23, and we had about 1,000 learning opportunities. And then this year we want to increase it by 5%. The reason why we went 5% is we're down to about 9 weeks left. We know we can hit that. And then the following year we want to increase that by 10%. Similar with the number of students being impacted, you see that baseline of 4,260. We want to increase that by 5%, and then next year increasing it by 10%.
Tim,
Yep.
just to jump in. So that's trying to get that culinary arts program, that could actually help a lot towards that.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
And again, this is something we believe, most things that we collect are, if I'm not mistaken, Jim, is more 9-12. But we want to do K-12, and we really believe that we can have career exploration at all levels.
Yes.
And so, in fact, it just came out today, and I don't know if you guys received it, if not, you will be, but we have job fairs coming out, or career fairs are probably better way. Fernley High School is on March 27th, Youngstown is on April 19th, Dayton has theirs on April 25th, and so I think you can send that out. But that will count as an opportunity for all students to have that career exploration. And then we start counting those students too. We believe truly we're going to have many, many opportunities for kids. And why wouldn't we? We want every kid to not just have one, but to have, as infinite as we can get. So this is something we want to tout. And I am appreciative that the governor at least said, what do you guys want to, this is, you saw the other 5, they're dictated. Our goal is dictated. You got to increase by 30% or whatever. Here, we get to pick it. And we believe this is an area that we should be touting. And we've had some great people on the spots helping collect this data, to put on these career fairs. CT is an amazing thing, but it's not the only place that we're getting our job shadows and things like that. But our kids are getting out there in the workforce too, and learning experiences. So you'll see this slide pop back up, like I said, when we get to the district performance plan. That's one of the last slides, but we want to kind of tie all our goals together if we can, and it just kind of makes sense. Any questions?
That baseline, that's half our population. So we're almost at 50% of our students are involved in work-based learning.
Well, and remember, some of them are duplicate. So this is counting, one when we say students participating, a student, Johnny, could have participated in
10 activities.
or 10 or whatever, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I was like, man, that's a really high number for us to
Yeah.
increase 5 to 10%. I'm like, we're already at 50.
Yeah, we'll make sure that's clear. We'll clarify.
Yeah, we want that number honestly to explode, and we believe that it really will. Even just tracking purposes, I think we're gonna be better at tracking these things. We really haven't done a lot with our tracking with our elementary schools. We've had these little exploration things, but you may bring in a construction worker that talks about their events. We haven't been tracking. So I think a large part of it is getting our tracking system dialed in and then telling the good story.
Working on promoting it to the public that we're doing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
And for those of you that were at the NASB presentation, you remember it was a continuum, right? It starts in kindergarten. So there's work-based learning opportunities all throughout. And like Tim said, somebody may come in and present to a classroom. We also have opportunities for kids and teachers to take virtual field trips and look at different careers and opportunities that way as well. So anyway, we do have to get better at tracking.
Somebody tell Corinne.
I don't know. Maybe the flooring in here needs to be checked. I was just saying that thing was rolling away.
It couldn't have been louder. Where's
Hey, Erica,
carpet
can
when you
you
need it?
note what time in the recording that is for Karen?
I am gonna tell her. That's funny.
Well, moving us along, the next slide is basically the score sheet for Lyon County. And so, Erica, if you'll click on that. Basically, you've seen snippets of this throughout the presentation. And so this is included in your backup information as well. And so we just want to make sure that you have that. As this gets updated, we'll make sure to share that with the board as well. But at the very bottom of this is where you'll see it's blank for the innovative assessment. And that's what we wish to bring forward is the work-based learning for that piece. And for the next slide, it's just the FAQs again. Wanted to give you an opportunity after hearing all this in more detail. Are there questions that you have about ACT accountability, about this frequently asked question document, anything that way as we wrap up ACT accountability?
Just one on that, Tim, you were talking about the work-based learning and stuff, and then the kind of some of the general exposure things that we're doing now with our tracking. We have that new transfer VR thing that we're doing. Doesn't that count for tracking the number of students who've gone through and done those assessments? And I mean, that could help with
100%, automotive, or whatever, those, that would definitely fit in there. There's lots of categories that fit in this, even our teacher job shadowing, there's lots of opportunities, and we just got to capture them.
Okay. Okay, so moving over to the NSPF, the Nevada School Performance Framework. This is the star rating system that's been in play for a number of years now in the state of Nevada. We wanted to give you a quick overview of that so that you have an understanding there.
Well, just to start off, our star rating, which is the NSPF, we have 5 performance indicators that contribute, and there's a number of measures that are used under each one of these performance indicators. But the performance indicators and the measures vary depending on the grade level. So elementary versus middle versus high school. And they are different in terms of what they measure. So if we take a look at the next, there we go, sorry. If we look at elementary school performance framework, you have academic achievement, growth, English language proficiency, opportunity gaps, and student engagement. But the measures underneath those vary from elementary to middle school. So if you take a look at middle school, the measures are a little bit different than elementary. And then when you go to high school, they're different yet again. Because obviously the high school looks at graduation rates, college career readiness, as well as student engagement. So each one of these is a little bit different, especially when you start looking at how they collect that data. And in fact, high school is, I don't want to say it's easier, but when you get to our star ratings, which is that, and you take a look at the memo, if you could click on the memo, that's hyperlinked. We created this memo and sent it out in September, and you may remember because we did share this with the board. But on the second page, we show our star ratings and how each school scored based on the NSPF. And so you can see that elementary schools largely were at the 1 star, whereas your secondary schools started to get up there with 2, 3, and 4 for their star rating. And we can go into the different measures if you want to. One would think that this is very transparent and very simple, but if you indulge me, I want to read the elementary school performance or growth indicator. I just want to read this paragraph to you, and so you can get a sense of how we measure this. It states, the growth indicator includes median student growth percentile, MGP, and adequate growth percentile, AGP, measures for mathematics and ELA. The CRTs in mathematics and ELA are used to determine growth for each of these content areas. A minimum of 2 consecutive years of CRT mathematics and ELA results are required in order for a student to have growth, i.e. to be assigned an SGP. For a given school, the MGP is determined by rank ordering all the SGPs within the school and determining the median. An AGP, growth to target, is also determined for each student. A student has met their AGP if their SGP meets or exceeds their determined AGP. A school's AGP rate is the percent of students meeting their AGP. Yeah. So, hopefully that's clear to you. That is how we measure growth for elementary students. And so that continues on for middle and high school as well. So it's kind of an interesting measure, but that's just one of the measures that they use throughout those 5 indicators. So that hopefully gives you a sense. And if we go to the Nevada Star Ratings 2-year trend, this was also released by the state this year. And if you look at 2018, the number of schools at 5-star, then at 22-23, the number of schools at 5-star, you notice the marked decrease. And you look at 4-star, 3-star, 2-star, and 1-star. And so if you notice, 1-star in 18-19 was 95, whereas in 22-23 we had 223 schools statewide that jumped or dropped to a 1-star rating. Some things that we would probably want to really consider there is obviously the pandemic and the effects that has had on education statewide. Troubling, concerning, certainly, but it is also indicative of a number of other things as well. One thing that we must point out is the number of, and I pointed it out in the memo as well, the number of parents opting their students out of testing, which federal law allows, right? Mm-hmm. So parents can come in and say, I don't want my student to take the Smarter Balanced. I don't want my student to take the ACT. Mm-hmm. And they have every right to opt their students out. What we are finding is it's not students who would typically score low on the Smarter Balanced or the ACT. These are typically students that would score quite high. Actually, Damon can cite a number of instances when he was assistant principal at Dayton Intermediate School, and the number of times he tried to talk parents into allowing their student to test because we get rated. Our schools are evaluated based on scores and participation. Dayton Intermediate Schools struggled to get 95% of their students to test, which is one of the measures that is part of the NSBF. You have to have 95% or more of your students test. There's a number of things in there that are difficult, and frankly, a number of obstacles when it comes to rating our schools on this, if I can use the term, a hotel rating, for the quality of education that our students get, and it's not indicative of the education that our students get. So we have for you, and maybe you guys remember our assessment report that we included in the September board report, because we did provide a lot of data in there, but we also provided some sample ACT test questions. And so just to give you a sense, these are the directions for the math test. One thing I want to point out is you have 60 minutes for 60 questions. So that is, if you do the math, a question a minute. And so this ACT test is honestly a fluency test. It is meant to for students to get through quickly, right? And the majority of the questions that are on this test are Algebra 2 or higher. So if you would take a look, I'd love for you to, I don't know, we could go through a few, and if you want, honestly, Erica could probably blow some up.
It takes you a minute and a half to read number 2.
So, I mean, number 2 is large. So which of the following expressions is equivalent to negative 4x to the third minus 12x to the third plus 9x squared? And there's your options.
Let's see.
What makes a smiley face?
I'm just trying to, like, what is it, question number J, is it 7? It takes you a full minute just to read the question.
Yeah, certainly. And this is just, these are some of the first, you noticed 1, 2, and 7. As you get further into the test, there's graphs you have to interpret, there's geometric figures that you have to look at. Honestly, the test is very complex. It's not simple. And I just, if I could, this last week we were walking schools and asked a kid at Yarrington High School. I said, hey, I was with the teacher and she was telling me to ask them how they did. And so we asked, hey, how'd you do on the ACT? He goes, ACT? He goes, why are you asking me that? And I said, well, I'm just curious, how do you feel you did? He goes, I don't care. He goes, I'm going to be a barber. I don't need the ACT. And I said, so did you put a lot of effort into it? He goes, no. He goes, I'm in geometry. He goes, that math piece, it was all Greek. And so honestly, a lot of these kids don't put a ton of effort or take their time.
Yeah, why would they?
Well, and he's got a plan, right? And he's got it all mapped out. So this is the science test. Just give you an indication there. You have 35 minutes for 40 questions. If you click to the next one.
You can use the calculator on the site?
You can use the calculator on the math. I forget.
You can't use the calculator for the site.
Correct. And here's there's a series of questions to add, but you have to use the tables on the left to answer the questions on the right.
And this is how we're basing and judging our high school students on proficiency based on.
Correct.
So we're judging CTE kids.
Yeah.
Well, we're judging CTE programs on whether or not they. Correct. So we wanted to illustrate some things for you to understand, not make excuses, right? But to illustrate or help educate what our students are expected to do. And so I have to be quite frank. It is really unfair to say our schools or our students leave high school unprepared based on that one snapshot or that one test. When we look at other data points, and honestly, anytime you do any analysis, you have to look at multiple data points. When you look at other data points, look at our college career readiness, look at the number of students that are passing dual credit classes, the number of students that are getting industry recognized credentials and doing work-based learning. It's evident that the ACT is not an appropriate measure for proficiency. It is meant to be a college entrance exam. And when you look at the statistics, even for math, a 22 is a benchmark, and ACT reports that 71% of students nationwide score below a 22. They've done the analysis. So it's difficult. And convincing our kids to put forth the effort sometimes falls flat. So anyway, just trying to help illustrate that a little bit better if I could.
You know, it is a predictor of your chances of success after college. Right. And again, like you said, we always talk about square peg, round hole. This is not a proficiency exam. It's it's just an indicator of how well you're going to do. Me, it's about as subjective as giving a second grader an IQ test. There's no point of that age, right?
Correct.
So in this case, I hate that they use it for proficiency especially for CTE students, because they're going to come just like the kid you just mentioned as an example. No, I'm not going to take this test seriously. You give it to me my junior year, and less than 3/4 of the way through my matriculation as a student, then you want to give me a test on, come on. It's dumb.
Well, and it's great for those kids who want to go to college.
Sure.
That are seeking. I have nothing against it for that purpose, right? And truth be known, most of those kids will take it multiple times to improve their score over time, right? My own daughter did this. I mean, she took it 3 or 4 times. I can't remember. But in order to get into college to do what she wanted to do, students that are career bound, military bound, this is not as relevant to them. And they honestly, they know they have to go in and take it. So they go through the process, but they don't always put forth their best effort. And you can't necessarily convince them to do that, right? But you could try, but kids are kids. So anyway, hopefully that helps illustrate a little bit.
So so I did hear you mention that kids can opt out of the ACT, but then that would affect somewhat the star rating at that school. But I mean, they can opt out of ACT if they want.
Well,
Or it's not.
they're required to participate in the ACT.
I mean, I know there's some kids that automatically opt themselves out by bubbling in.
You just nailed it. That's how they opt themselves out.
Okay, so that's how they opt out.
They self-opt out by just bubbling in or not taking it seriously or whatever.
Yeah.
But the state law requires them to participate in it.
Every city.
Every junior.
Every junior.
Yeah. Okay.
And those that we miss during their junior year, we try and catch during their senior year.
But I'll be honest with you, there are some students that don't take it their junior year, don't take it their senior year, and we're not withholding diplomas from them. So,
Okay.
Just so you're aware.
We're not.
Good information.
All right. So I promise to have less acronyms than Jim. The Commission of School Funding, which I'm privileged enough to sit on, amongst other CFOs, superintendent, and community members for Nevada, were tasked this biennium with AB 400 and SB 98, which added accountability to CFOs for the first time, and that is outside of our realm of expertise. With that, we're breaking out into working groups and to establish clear and concise reporting that we can do for the public, superintendents, legislators to have and review. So right now, one of the working groups I'm on, we are collecting a tremendous amount of reports that we do, and we have an ex-legislator or senator on the commission, and she had not seen quite a few. So if no one's looking at them, why are we providing it? And what can we provide that is meaningful? Is we are just the NRS 387 report. If nobody is looking at that, and that is not something that I can hand the cabinet and be like, look at this. This is a summary of our year as a recap. If Wayne could not understand it, what is the chance NDE can truly understand it? So, not that he can't, but that is just an example.
No, you're not part of the church.
So with that, this is something that we are providing by November of 2025 to the governor, recommendations on accountability, and hoping to implement that by next biennium.
Do you want me to click on this one?
Jim, do you want to click on
No, that assessment report, sorry, that is just a link for you to go back to. It was part of your packet. Nothing's changed there.
All right, if we're at a good stopping point, let's,
This actually will be let me hit this slide and then it's your call, your president.
Tell him I said that.
go for it. I don't.
Let's go.
I just want to point out the fact there's the funding commission who's doing accountability. There's the star rating, the NSPF, which is accountability. You have the new acing accountability system. Those three, as ridiculous as they are, it's not what we're all about. We can look at numbers, we can look at data, but this is what our public, this is what our students, this is what our families are asking us to do. And this is why we got into the whole portrait of learner in the first place, to find out what is the expectation from our families and our kids when they graduate, when they walk out here. And so we've had a pretty heavy conversation about data and stuff, but I just want to bring us back to this moment of portrait of learners, is these 4 domains and those 12 competencies that we want to get back to. And so that's just to reground you as we head off.
I could agree with you more. I think a lot of times there's all these accountability things we're chasing around the tail. We're trying to convert as much nominal data into numerical values so that it makes sense on somebody's spreadsheet. And it's not, it's highly subjective. It's not objective at all. And aren't we trying to teach our kids the value of those 2 types of thinking, you know?
Thank you. Good point. So, Meeting back to order for workshop. And we'll go to multi-tier systems of support.
I'd like to take a look too.
That's me.
Okay.
That is me. My name is David Eder. For those who don't know me, I'm the data manager, PD manager for Lyon County School District. And I guess I get the wonderful privilege of talking about all of the good things that we are currently doing right now in Lyon County School District to support our students and our teachers. I think can get boggled down in all of the data and the negative, and so I get the privilege of saying the cool stuff that's going on right now. So one of the things that we're really working at implementing starting this year, it's been going on for a while, but we're really making this a cornerstone of what we're doing, is looking at an MTSS system, which is a multi-tiered system of support. And this is kind of a 30,000-foot view of what that looks like. And when you're looking at this, a tier 1 is what we give all of our kids. And so the analogy I always give is we're trying to create a learning environment where it's predictable, positive, safe, and consistent. And that's all the way from behavioral expectations, classroom management, curriculum. But I always give the analogy with this is what human beings just want in general. If you think of major companies that are doing well, I'll use McDonald's for an example, because I think we've all been doing McDonald's. One of the things we know is you're going to get predictability when you go there. It's always going to be the same sandwich, the same French fries. It's predictable. Is it a positive environment? Well, you got Ronald McDonald to keep it positive, right? It's safe. And then we have consistency with the food. And when any of those things are disrupted, that's when we become upset. And we always think of our students, so bringing it back to the classroom, when our teachers or our systems are not consistent, predictable, positive, and safe for our kids, we usually see the behaviors that come out of it. If it's not predictable, positive, safe, and consistent for our teachers, we usually see the behaviors that come out of it. So when we're looking at tier 1, we're looking at creating these 4 categories for all kids and all staff. And so, again, one of the things that we'll get into this a little bit later, but again, we're looking at creating common language, consistent curriculum, and so forth to make sure we're hitting those marks. And so we all exist in tier 1. The idea with tier 2, though, is we have those students who, even though we're creating those predictable, positive, safe, and consistent learning environments, they're still struggling. And so the idea with tier 2 is in addition to tier 1, so we're not taking them out of that tier 1 system, but we're giving them additional services and support. And so, and we'll go over this again as we go forward, but there's some great systems that we're putting together that are creating those consistent pieces for our kiddos in tier 2 to support them. So in addition to tier 1, they're getting tier 2. And those kids who are not responding to tier 2, we give them tier 3 services, which is even more intensive, maybe daily instead of weekly, to, again, support them and make sure that they're getting the things that they need. The idea is we don't live in tier 2, tier 3, that as we progress and do well, we move back to tier 1 only. But again, we're trying to create this system of how do we supply and support all of our kids and all of their unique needs in a system approach versus being reactionary and just throwing programs. So kind of as we're moving forward, so when we're looking at that predictable, positive, safe, and consistent environment, we're starting to develop an MTSS framework. And they're all outlined in the gears there, and you can see them. But we're really trying to teach our leadership, our teacher leaders, and our staff on how they can then look at their system. So if any of those gears is not functioning right, then we have to make it stronger. So we have to figure out what we're doing to make assessment stronger, or database decision stronger, or leadership stronger, and then make sure that the system and the gears are functioning correctly. To do that, we then outline what these definitions actually mean. So what does a universal instructional practice goal look like? And then we have those outlined and defined for our staff. And so a lot of the work we've been doing this year is to outline that and communicate that. Again, what does this create? It creates consistency and predictability. We know what to expect. We're all talking the same language versus everyone talking something different. Underneath each of those critical elements is the self-reflection piece of things to look for. And then we can self-evaluate ourselves as to whether or not that's present or not present. And so on this one, this is what we're doing. So we've created a district MTSS team that's beginning to self-evaluate and look at how we're doing and how our system's functioning. And the highlighted elements are the ones that we've identified as our focus for this year. And that's where our efforts are going right now to strengthen and make that part of the system work better and function better.
And so with that, we've developed a WIG, which is a wildly important goal, and we're asking all of our sites to do the same thing. So they've done that self-reflection and they're developing their WIGs as well. And we were a 9 out of 18 on that scoring sheet, and our goal by the end of this school year is to be a 13 out of 18. Our focus right now is the first part, which is actually all instruction is instructional periods is evidence-based and reflective of our population of students and implemented fidelity. So currently what we're doing right now is, I call it the year of inventory. And so we're taking inventory of all the stuff that we're doing and creating a curriculum resource page where we're actually going through and identifying what is our ELA supplementals, our ELA curriculum that, again, we've already identified really through board approvals and so forth, and then identifying, again, what's our contract year, just trying to get an idea of what are all the things we are doing that we can actually sustain and continue throughout the years. Again, this has been really nice as we've rolled this out with leadership because they're starting identifying like things that they didn't even know existed that we had offered as supports and services. So they're asking questions, well, how do I get access to that? So it's really created some great conversations because we're creating that consistency and predictability around curriculum resources. And with that, we're also working on a public document. Obviously, it's in its infancy stages now. We're developing it. That obviously we want to share out with the public, so that way everyone, again, creates predictability and consistency as to what we're doing with regards to curriculum in Lyon County School District. In addition, the other part we're working on is actually looking at instructional practices, and we're really focused on this hack piece. And with that, the first part of H stands for highly structured classrooms. So one of the things we're trying to do is look at what does a highly structured classroom look like, a good teacher-centered classroom look like. And so we're looking at a resource called Get Better Faster, which is a coaching text that actually outlines in a progressive way how to develop strong classrooms. And then with that, trying to then create our teacher leaders to be strong coaches, to go in and coach our new teachers. So we're seeing those highly structured classrooms in play. But again, that H is a very teacher-centered classroom. And so one of the things we're looking at with that K, which is knowledge-centered, which is all student-centered learning, and students get to run the learning in their classrooms. And we're working on defining what that looks like through an inquiry process. With the idea, again, with HACK, going from an H being a teacher-centered classroom all the way to K being a student-centered classroom, but then how do we provide our teachers and our students the tools to move from an H to a K? So how do we achieve portrait, which is, again, our goal of empowering our students to own their learning, empowering our students to have discovery of learning, which is in that K level where they get to do that control. So that's the other piece that we're currently working on. We're kind of summing this up, actually, by the end of the school year, so I'm excited to present that in the future to whoever wants to see it. Again, because we're trying to create that spectrum to move our teachers from controlling the classroom to giving our students that control. And then we're also looking at instructional time, trying to take an inventory of how we're spending our instructional minutes, so that way we're meeting the needs of all kiddos. So those are the three things that we're currently working on. In addition, I know Harmon talked about the at-risk funding, and so one of the things that we're really, again, trying to apply MTSS here, but highlighting our CCRI. So with that at-risk funding, we hired a bunch of college and career readiness interventionists. And so one of the things we're working on is taking our Read by Third Grade reading program, which is documented up here. Again, we've applied that tiered system of the green being tier 1. This is what we expect in classrooms for all kids. That yellow being that tier 3, where those kids who need additional supports go, and then what does that look like? And then tier 3 is in the red. And where we place our CCRIs, especially in that reading by third grade, grades 1 through 6 focus, is really working on reading interventions and bringing in the science of reading, which brings in foundational skills and then brings in comprehension strategies within that rope, Scarborough's rope. And then they're targeting those interventions within that Scarborough's rope strategy to implement and grow our kiddos around phonemic awareness, say if that's the weakness, so that way then they can decode and identify words, then move towards comprehension strategies. So our CCRIs have been super instrumental in applying those resources. One of our ahas this year with that is that we've had so many different types of interventions that by the end of this year, we were narrowing it down to reading mastery and corrective reading as our targeted intervention for reading. So that way, again, we're all on the same page. We're all doing the same thing to support our kiddos versus having a program at this school that's different than this school, that's different than this school. So this, again, allows for collaboration, predictability, consistency, again, everything we're trying to achieve within that MTSS system. And then finally, at the secondary level, They are very much focused on the grad score. And so one of the things they're looking at, and a lot of their work has been focused primarily on missing assignments. So I guess back up, the grad score comes within Infinite Campus. Infinite Campus takes all of those categories that are listed there. So curriculum, behavior, attendance, and stability, and all of those subcategories then make up a score that then kind of gives us an early warning sign. It's like a screener to identify kiddos that we should be looking at to support. So CCRIs at the secondary level have taken those grad scores. They've dug into the data to specifically look at like where is that target need needed, and then they're working with those kiddos to improve those scores. So for example, percentage in attendance is a piece, and so they're working with kids to get them to school. If they're not coming every day or they're chronically absent, what's keeping them from being there? And they're working with those kids and those families and the school administration to improve that. A lot of their work also goes around curriculum, which one of the pieces in there is missing assignments. And so working with those kiddos who are kind of dug themselves a deep hole to try and make up those missing assignments and make up that work so that way they can get credit for the course as well as increase their grad score. So they've been doing a lot of work around that piece to support those kiddos. In addition to, we have Career Prep, which is like a LinkedIn account. So we're piloting that at some schools with their CCRIs to help our kids identify areas to build their resume, where their interests are, try to give them some merit to why school is important so they can work on that work so that way they have a resume. They can actually even career search within Career Prep to see if they have the qualifications to work there. We're trying to create some buddy reading programs so that way, again, another incentive to come to school is because you're going to go and you're going to read to some elementary school kids and give them, like, this is for somebody other than you. That kid's going to rely on you and look forward to meeting with you. And so trying to give that partnership as well. And then they do a lot of tutoring in addition to their work. So again, our secondary CCRIs are working really hard to improve those kiddos and support them. So overall, that's the MTSS viewpoint. That's the work we're doing right now to create consistent, predictable, positive, and safe learning environments for our kiddos and our staff. And again, this is going to be continual work throughout the years as we again strengthen that system to support our kids.
I just had a question, more of a comment actually. About I love what you're doing. I like the plan. That's awesome. And perhaps this is more geared towards Tim and Wayne. We know how bad absenteeism is in all of our schools, right? We're trying to do whatever we can to about that. But there's a piece of this in TSS I think that's kind of, I wouldn't say missing, but it's kind of the elephant in the room, and that's parent engagement. You know, we know the success factors of our students where their parents are actually involved and hands-on with their learning and keeping them on track, focused, and we know about those kids whose parents never even show up to parent-teacher conferences, and, you know, they're so checked out, that kind of thing. And so, what can we do to help increase parent engagement, which I think is also going to drive our absentee numbers down as well? So I'm just putting it out there as a, hey, brainstorming here. What can we do because that's where I think it has to start. We have a limited window of time each day with these kids, and the rest of the time they're wherever they are.
That is a tough question, and obviously it's a national issue, and it's easier to engage parents at the lower level. It gets harder, especially middle school and high school. But even just as of yesterday, we met with our assistant principals with the elementary group, just talking about ways to incentivize coming to school. And it's a community issue, but there are some things that we try to do at our level, such as right now we do attendance awards, but some of them are trying to do it semester, and we're going, why not try to do something each quarter or each month? And so trying to incentivize the kids. I know Yerington Elementary School is trying to do kind of a bar graph, kind of where you earn awards if you're the class that's got perfect attendance or the best attendance. So we're trying to do things like that, but it is a tough question what you're asking. I just saw a map of the nation. It's a good one. Maybe I'll try to dig that out and share that with you. But it shows where the highest attendance, habitual attendance issues are. UC Nevada, it is mapped out. Like, it has one of the worst attendance in the nation. And so it sits right next to Idaho, and I think Washington or Oregon was the other one that didn't report anything, and so it's kind of great. But, definitely Nevada has some issues with attendance. So I don't have the answer. We are trying to discover ways.
I just think there's a correlation between the two.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Without a doubt. And the question's fortuitous in the sense that Tim met with the elementary APs yesterday, I met with the secondary, and their conversation was no different. It was the exact same conversation about how to engage our students and engage our families. And a lot of the similar things discussed. At the secondary level, there was more discussion around engaging student leadership groups to try and engage those students that are maybe having a hard time coming to school, or not wanting to come to school, or whatever the case is. And it's listening their ideas of how to help solve this problem. I mean, they're close to the problem, right? They know what brings them to school, so they might know what brings their peers to school. And so they're thinking of ideas like that, and even going to recognizing when a student is out of the classroom, and making sure you acknowledge when they come back. Hey, we really missed you yesterday. I'm glad you're back here. So again, doesn't necessarily talk about the whole of the issue with engaging parents and everything else, but that work and those conversations continue, and it's certainly something that matters to our schools.
I don't want to beat this to death either, but another thing we keep talking about as portrait of a learner is having the education engaging for kids that they want to come to school because they're going to be doing this today. And so we got to make sure that it's things that they want to come and be part of. So that's the other part.
And if I could add to that as well, one of the things with important is connected learners, and that's the whole point of the K and HACK is that inquiry-based learning is giving kids the ability to explore their passion and what they enjoy doing. But obviously you got to do that in a structured way. But one of the things that DIS we always found is we could do a parent university and we'd probably get 5 parents that would show up. And we put all this effort into it. But we always knew if we put on a theater show or a sporting event, we had hundreds of people there. And so we always found that when students are performing and students get to show off what they do, we saw greater parent return than if it was just, hey, parents, come get some information. And so that's one thing that, like, I guess I envision around the K of the HACK model is if we can empower kids to show off, here's what I'm passionate about. And part of that inquiry model is a public display and give our kids the ability to show off what they're doing. I think you'll see greater parent engagement because that's my kid who's performing. And I also go back to like with Lucy Calkins, which was our previous ELA curriculum. They had a thing called celebrations, and I always enjoyed that in schools when kids would write their essays, and then they had a celebration day. And I remember my wife, who teaches at DIS, she did one in the evening. And a kid who, like, again, parents were never engaged or there, like that parent showed up to their kids' display of writing. And it was the coolest thing to watch because that kid just lit up and was so proud of that. And I think that also helps with parent or kid engagement too, because when it's not the teacher who's evaluating you, it's the public. The public's very kind, but it's the public. They have more buy-in because it's not just for my teacher, it's for somebody else. And I know for me as a teacher too, I always try to bring in, actually I brought in John Stevens and Theo in a Project Citizen thing. I did, my kids presented the whole thing on a topic to them. But it made so much more to them that the board was there to give them the evaluation than me. So I just think there's power in that piece of letting our kids celebrate and shine and giving them the opportunity and the time to do that, because I think that will draw parents in too.
They're having like a show and shine night kind of thing for just about everything. It's not a bad idea at all.
But the struggle with that hack is how do we go from the teacher fully in control to then allowing students to have that time to shine.
Yeah.
And supporting that.
We have opportunities. And I know the arts is one. I know we're popular at the high school.
Yeah.
It draws out tons of people. There are pockets of where we're doing that. And multicultural night's another one I know that sometimes has it. Anyway, there's pockets.
Student life conference.
Yep, student life conferences.
Yeah, moving on.
Okay, I'm gonna kind of head up this one. Volunteer to kind of head this up, and it's been a really good process and a lot of work. So hopefully hopefully you guys like it. When I first got onto the board over 10 years ago, we had a different evaluation tool than we use now. And it was extremely unhelpful. It was like vote 1 through 10. I don't know if anyone's here that used that. And I was like, how do I decide between a 6 and a 7 and a 7 and an 8? So I was like, that's awful. And then we got this one that we currently use now. Can you put the one that we currently use now?
Tell me which one it is, 1, 2, or 3.
2019.
Okay.
So this is the one we have now. For the past couple of years, it's actually really started to bother me because it's not very helpful. So if you look at it, scroll down to the bottom of this, right there. Whoop, go back.
This page?
Yeah, so like, for example, so you have 9 things on this one where you're rating your superintendent. And let's say they do really well at like a couple of them, but there's one that they don't do so great at. So you're not rating them on how they're doing with each individual thing. You're just looking at the whole sum and you're saying, well, they did great on 5, but maybe not so great on 1. So I'm gonna put them down as a good instead of an excellent. So, and when the superintendent looks at this, it's totally unhelpful. They have no clue what you marked them down for. They have no clue what they need to work on unless if you don't write any comment. And so, I started thinking, well, we need to change this. So I got together with Mr. Workman and Mr. Logan, and we literally spent. Can you go to the proposed draft one now? The trustee.
This one?
Yeah. So we spent a lot of time. I would say like a minimum of 5 hours going through. Can you scroll down? So that first page is just like, okay, we need the superintendent give a formal evaluation once a year, blah blah blah. That's just how this is going to work. And so we talked about, can you scroll down some more? So the rating scale. So this is better than like efficient or ineffective because that is subjective. Like what I think would be an effective evaluation, somebody else might not. But this is like you meet your expectation. You're doing your job. Are you meeting it, or are you not, or are you exceeding? And so we went with this wording instead, and also gave it a point system to make it easier to calculate. Okay, go ahead and scroll down. So we went through. This is where we took a lot of time, and we went through, and for all the outcomes, there's 1.1, 1.2, and this is where they're going to be graded individually. So the superintendent either meets expectations for each of these. You're going to mark down a score, 5, 3, or 1 for each of these. And it's extremely helpful because then the superintendent can go back and see. So if you go out of this, so this is just, you guys should have all seen this already. So this has 5 different outcomes and the standards in each outcome. So
a better report card.
A better report card, yes. So then if you go to the evaluation.
This one?
Yep. So what happens is it all goes, Margaret will input you'll all turn in her scores to her, she'll put them in, and there's a spreadsheet that calculates it. And then what it does is it brings it back here, and so the superintendent can see, oh, 3 people gave me a 5, so, and 3 people gave me a 9, or 3, so they can see how they're being scored. And it gives them better feedback on how they're doing in each category, so it's more helpful to them. Keep scrolling down. And then each outcome gives them an average for how they did in that outcome. Yep, and then go all the way to the bottom. So this is helpful for them to see. It's helpful for us to see. And we just put in some fake numbers to do this mock one. So this is, and then, so this would be like the final evaluation summary here. So in each outcome, they can see how they're trending. And then an overall score. So the overall score is the average of all the totals together, divided by how many responses there are. So they can take that overall score and see if they had a satisfactory evaluation or an exceptional or an unsatisfactory evaluation. And so, I don't know, this is where we're at. This is what we worked really hard on our board. So, yeah.
I just want to thank Bridget. Honestly, she has spent hours and hours and hours on this. I know she's done research with a couple other districts. She pulled some of the information, plus trying to morph into what the previous evaluation was. So, Julie, thank you for doing that. It's fair as long as they get a score of at least 3.29 on there. No, but I do like that there's 5 categories. They're equally rated, 20% in each category, and so it allows you to kind of weight each area area separately, so.
Bridget? Sorry, Ms. Lyons, do you have?
I just wanted to comment real quick. I really like, I appreciate how much time you put in and thought into this. I can see it. I like how you identify the idea, broken out into kind of subcategories. I think that's incredibly helpful if you wanted, to try and perceive if there's a smaller area or a different area that you needed improvement on. Like for example, in outcome 1, the student learning instruction, I loved how you put in there, students are achieving benchmarks for grade level proficiency or targeted growth goals. I absolutely love that because it's not always proficiency. Sometimes, like for example, with an IEP, you're meeting goals. That child is making progress. They might not be proficient yet, but they're making progress. So I loved how you incorporated that. And I liked the opportunity of the scoring. So I like this. Thank you, Bridget.
Mr. McIntyre?
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for all the time you put into this. I know this was a major thing with you. You wanted to get this thing changed up. So I just had a couple of questions on how it's going to be presented to the superintendent. Or is this taking the individual scoring from the trustee to where he's not going to see or she's not going to see the individual score? It's just going to be an overall score?
No, I am, so Margaret will send out the first one where you guys mark in the boxes. And she'll collect all those and input them into the worksheet. But then for an agenda item, each person's evaluation will be posted as well as the summary.
Okay, so that part's not going to change.
Yeah.
Ms. Person?
Yeah, when I said I wanted to do this, these kind are all right. I mean, I like this one for letting the superintendent know where he's doing well and maybe not doing so well. But I said I wanted to have measurable goals. So at the end of something like this, I want to have, I don't care if anybody else wants to have their measurable goals, but I want to have a measurable goal. Like I want to say, we have to increase test scores in reading and math by 10%. Now that's going to be my measurable goal for the superintendent, because actually these really aren't measurable goals. They're goals, you can say, oh, I'm going to do better in communications and ethics, and you can do better in those things, but it's not a measurable goal, really. And that's what I want. I want more kids at school because I think that a lot of people, especially teachers and vice principals, they've got an easy way out now. Principals and vice principals. They can send those kids to Lyon Online. They can encourage them, which we sign off for those kids to go to Lyon Online, or we sign off for them to go to adult ed or whatever. And these kids are not being socialized properly. Socializing is good for those kids. A lot of them are isolated anyways, and that's why they don't do good in school. And so we need to try to keep them there. So I want to do something on, I'd like to do two. One, keeping more kids in school, because we lost 30% last year. And I think that was the best thing. I mean, what a way to show a kid you don't care if they're there. It's not have their best there to pick them up. So anyways, that is a measurable goal, and I want a measurable goal.
Are you talking about our district goals?
No, it's our evaluation.
So I'm trying to figure out how a superintendent would be responsible for absenteeism or getting kids.
He's responsible for everything.
I mean, we're gonna have to take all the gyms, take home pay and donuts or something.
I'm reading this, Sherry, and I'm reading this, and it's got measurable goals listed in there. I mean, I'm looking at this, and it says here, Student achievement, proficiency, and growth data and ELA are monitored by the superintendent or regular report to the board, including a plan for addressing deficiencies. And then you go down and it's got that there's regular reporting to the board and it's graduation rate meets or exceeds the state's graduation.
So, Ms.
I'd
Park,
like to have something concrete, okay, that he knows he's either attained or he's failed. Plain, black, white. This is all feel good, let's keep our superintendent happy.
So it's a pass or fail, there's no scale. It's either pass or fail.
Yeah, it's a 1 or a 5.
yeah, so if you notice, in 4.5 there, it says, works with the board to develop district goals that align with the district performance plan. And so we just sat here and talked about some district goals regarding work-based learning and how we're gonna get that as our innovative report. So those align with our district performance plan. And so that is a spot right there where we can talk about, did the superintendent sit down with us and we talked about the performance plan, and we talked about our goals right there in that spot, and then you can provide your evidence.
This is the same thing that we've been doing all along. It's just a little prettier version. And it's just insanity to keep doing the same thing and not try to do something a little different.
I find this to be a lot more comprehensive.
It is more comprehensive, it's nicer, but it's the same thing that we've been doing all along for the last 7 years I've been here. This is what we've been doing, and it's not working. We need goals that are concrete.
I disagree that it's not working, personally, and I'm the one that receives the evaluation. For me, having received 2 older evaluations, I would find this one much more informative, much more comprehensive, and much more aligned with where the entire board wants to go. I'll remind the board that you function as a board. You don't function as individuals. A superintendent cannot work for 7 separate individuals with separate goals from each individual trustee. That's not how the system works, and that is a failed and flawed system if that's how it's set up. You can ask Douglas County School District about that. This system would allow for the board to create goals within the district performance plan, which is ultimately the guiding direction that the board wishes for the superintendent and the district to move. And within that document, you can have measurable and set goals. You can have overarching goals like we've had before, but you can have measurable objectives or goals to which you can hold the superintendent and district leadership accountable. That's my opinion.
I will also say that, of course, this is not a perfect document. It's impossible. It's just a draft.
Well, I'm not saying we can't use this. We could use this, but I'm saying at the end, I know I want to put a measurable goal, so he knows exactly what I want.
Don't we vote on that on the performance plan of the board and what we want the goals to be? Add that in, right?
Well, that's what I said I wanted this, because I want to set up some real measurable goals. If you go back, that's what I said. I don't believe that he cannot look at this stuff and really say, oh, I met this absolute. No, he can't say that. He can't say, is there anywhere on there where it says he has to increase reading and math by 10%? No, there isn't a 10% on there, and that's what I want.
Well, I mean, I guess what I'm asking Sherry is that when Bridget gives you an example, like works with the board to develop district goals that align with district performance plan, and if we need to rework a couple of these so that you get what you're asking about is did we meet the goals stated in the district performance plan that we all vote on, we want to put in there? That's the portion you're talking about, where you can go, yes or no, he didn't meet the goal, or we didn't meet the goal, and it's listed, and that could be an addendum to it where you can review, because we're the ones that, as a board, not individuals, we come up with our plan.
Okay, that's what I want. I want something added where I can have my 10% increase in reading and math. Yeah.
But that would be part of the district performance
So
plan.
the district performance plan has percent. We just went through the whole thing where we're trying to increase our proficiency by a certain amount for the ACER So all of that has data in it. So when you're filling out your superintendent evaluation, you can use that in our district performance plan to see if we are meeting our goals. It's already been provided.
So for 1.5, what she just said, what she just read off, that would allow you to write that right there, correct? Is that what you're saying? Thank you. You're just saying like to write it down in the notes rather than have it actually be.
That's what the comment
part of
section's
it.
for.
It's
Why you're highlighting
It's
that
for rating, that's what you get to fill in. That's the subject.
Yes, but it's just, that's just really, it's really not part of his evaluation then. I mean, I want him to look at that and think, man, I've got to get these guys working on math and reading, and because I have to get 10%.
Can I just ask a question, Mrs. Parsons?
Yes,
Do you really believe that over the course of the last 9 years that I've been superintendent, that we haven't been doing everything possible to get our students to achieve higher in reading and math?
I actually believe you could have done more, yeah.
And I can appreciate your belief in that. But I'm here to tell you that there is not an individual in this world that works harder than all the people in this school district to try and have our students reading at grade level or above and performing at math or above. And I'm sorry that you missed the entire presentation that we had today. But I don't understand your ultimate objective with being able to say, you didn't increase by 10%, or you didn't increase by whatever I think it should be as an individual. What ultimately is your goal with having that? Like, what is your purpose? What do you believe is going to happen? Do you believe you're going to force the superintendent to suddenly work harder or somehow work differently?
Yes.
That miraculously, all of a sudden, that's going to go through the roof?
Yeah, I do.
You do believe
You
that?
have to do
That's what I
things.
wanted to know.
If
Thank you so
things
much.
If things don't work one way, you gotta try another. And that's what I've been saying for 7 years, is that
Oh, we've heard you for
we-
7 years, Mrs.
we
Parsons. We've
have,
heard you.
yes, because I know I'm a little over the top, maybe with test scores, but this is it. Without them, like my granddaughter, I'll give her a perfect example. She wanted to go to University of Utah. Her boyfriend was going there and he got a full ride because of test scores, but she missed it by one point. So she took it her senior year and she still missed it by 1 point, getting her full ride.
Well, I'm sorry you feel that is my fault
I'm
that your daughter
saying
didn't make it there.
That, no, I'm just saying.
I'm telling you
No,
right now.
it's not her that I'm worried about. She's graduated and gone on.
And so have so many other students
But-
in this school district and
but
achieved whatever they
I'm
wanted to
worried about
achieve
the ones
with
that
the
have got
education that they've received in this
10%
school
last
district.
year.
And it had
in
nothing to do
math.
with 10% increasing on some subjective test that some feds made up at the national level to satisfy their political motives. It had nothing to do with that. That's all
No, I don't think that that's.
Ms. Parsons?
I think the governor and everybody else sees it. I mean, that's why, they've set these goals. They've set them, we're gonna have to meet
Because you
them.
can legislate learning, because you can mandate learning.
By throwing money at it.
Yeah,
Or asking somebody to work for it.
exactly.
Or asking somebody.
I will also say right here, it says like 1.2, that includes a plan for addressing concerns and areas of growth. So that right there states exactly like they're gonna present information
Well,
and show.
I would just welcome you again, Ms. Parsons. I mentioned it at a meeting, I don't know, 5 or 6 months ago to please get into our schools. Have you been to any schools since then?
Yes. See me, have I been to it?
Have you been to see any of the MTSS work being done at any of the schools? I think we took Mr. Hendricks down to East Valley Elementary. Mr. Hendricks, I mean, what did you see there?
Well, I saw our reading programs, and the steps they go through to try to increase the proficiency of students. And I know it's a new program, but I thought it was headed in the right direction.
I mean, you,
But I do think we do need to increase.
That is
Our
our
test
best,
scores,
isn't that our best elementary? So it's a good one to go to.
And if you see that we're not doing well, then we need to look outside the box, you know, and look for other alternatives. But I do think we need to have goals, definitely.
I'm all about goals
I'm
too.
all
We
about
have
goals.
realistic goals.
I'm all about goals too, but I know that
10% isn't realistic.
I mean, after going to East Valley and seeing those teachers putting in the work that they're putting in to get their students
I
successful
do
in
think
school.
it's slightly improving this last year. I do. I have been in that.
Do you take all the
And I
credit
do
for that
believe-
teacher doing such a great job?
I
as
do
well as
believe
the ones
it's
that failed?
improving, but I
The
think we
superintendent?
can continue
You get the credit, right?
we can continue to.
Thank you again for the curriculum adoptions and yes, trying something different. You are absolutely correct. Again, this district is, whether you like it or not, this district is innovative and is a model for the rest of the state. Go and ask other districts. Go and ask Nevada Department of Education. I mean, we are moving in a direction and doing things that other districts are trying to model. And that includes some of this work with our MTSS system and with our curriculum adoptions. Again, thank you for those adoptions and for helping us give our teachers the tools that they need. I wish we could give them the world. I really do.
I like that, plus the career readiness interventions that we're putting in the grade schools, and we're identifying at-risk kids a lot younger than we would normally. The work-based learning stuff is really paying off on student engagement. I mean, there's a lot of things that they're doing across the board.
Why would we lose 30% of them?
What are you talking about, losing 30%?
Are you kidding me? You don't know?
No, yeah, please enlighten me. What are you talking about?
Okay, we, 30% are missing school in a day. Right? Is that right?
No, no. What are you talking about? 30% of our students are missing school every day?
Yes.
From where? Where are you getting that information, Mr. Parsons?
Well.
TV? Like,
No, because TV has been very nice to us lately. The last thing was, about bullying, and they were saying how good that, we're doing, 80-something%.
Okay.
Our bullying is down, but, yeah, when they moved those buses, we were down.
No, you just told me that I should know why we're down 30%, and so Mr.
You're
Workman
saying,
asked you for
you're
the.
saying our attendance has been up.
I'm not saying our attendance has been up, but you're saying that
Okay.
we're losing 30% of our students, and that there should be some
Yeah.
information out there that I can go look at and see, and I'm asking you where it's at.
That's 2,700 kids a day that are not at school.
we have daily attendance reports. I mean, we're happy to provide those to the board from school to school. During the flu season, you might see it fluctuate down to maybe 85%, maybe 80% of students are at school. But on average, most of our schools hover around 90%-ish on average of attendance every single day.
Okay.
22, 23.
Well, and how, now that counts line online kids though, right? Too? Because we had another big jump of like 40 kids, didn't we? That went to line online. And to
No,
me,
and keep in mind, those students remain enrolled at their school.
I like kids at school. I think they should be socialized. I know the teachers and the principals are happy to see them go, but I don't believe in that.
We hear what you say and what
I
you
think
believe.
that's your personal opinion, not the opinion of the board.
I think it's.
Well, that is my opinion.
That's a little over the.
You're
And this
welcome
was
to your
supposed to be a workshop, and
No,
that's it.
that's fine, you're entitled to your opinion, I just want to
You're
make sure
right.
that we know that that's your opinion.
It is my opinion.
That's not a fact.
No, it is a fact.
You just said it's your opinion.
Well, it is my opinion but it's a fact.
Okay.
Anyway, that's the new curriculum evaluation. Thank you.
Good job, Bridget.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Peterson, for
I
all
appreciate
that.
your OCD at certain times.
Yeah.
leading to the DPP, the District Performance Plan. Right now, we have been in a strategic plan since I think 2021. And largely that strategic plan, it had to graduate all students college and career ready as one of them. The other one was centered around student bill of rights and being able to develop the portrait of a learner. We are in a stage where we need to change where we're going as far as the state does require, instead of a strategic plan, that we move to a district performance plan. And so that is the direction that you're going to see. The template, we have a webinar in the next couple of weeks. Our schools are expected to be on it next year, 100%. The district, we plan to be on there as well, but they're mandatory the year after that. So right now, we don't have the individual measurable goals nor our action steps outlined. Bridget and I did talk about, whether we develop those, but in my personal opinion, I need school administrators, school board, parents to be able to weigh in on this district performance plan. So what I presented today is really kind of an overarching of where I think this is going to go, that we need to have conversations in the next few months. And so the overarching one, I'm a fond believer of this and have always been since really principal Dayton High School, but we want to graduate all students college, career, and life successful. That will have a measurable objective with it. It will have action steps that go along with it. So this, again, is overarching. I know it's not a SMART goal, not trying to be one here at this moment. The second one, we do want to kind of align what we're, so that we don't have all these measurable things all over the place. The other overarching one that I see that would be valuable would be to do the work-based learning. That's part of our 18 accountability goal. And so that's where I think the other overarching goal will be. Again, I think there's conversations to be had still. This isn't it. You're not agreeing to necessarily this is, but this is the direction. I believe that we're going to start working. You will see the DPP before it goes final. You do have to approve it, and you'll see all those things that are required. Right now, when you look at what the state has required for the school performance plans, there's 3 categories. And again, I in the next couple of weeks, I'll see it. I think it's on the 29th or something. But there is student success. So you're going to see something around student success data. You're going to see something around adult learning culture, and the last one is connectedness. And so I believe that's where it's going. And until I get to that webinar, I won't fully know. But that's where I think we're headed.
That's the last
Is there any discussion around these 2 overarching?
I like goal number 2 a lot, especially if we're increasing any way we can look at work-based learning and immersive experiences, because my own personal opinion, I'll just stick that up there. I'm less worried about test scores as I am being the goalpost being graduation. And I want to see more kids reach that mile marker that we put in place. And so the more incentives we can get to entice them towards that goalpost, to me, makes more sense than let's try and target an arbitrary number that we think is the end all be all. That makes sense.
And there will be numbers with those 2, but you are right. But it's about, to me, graduation, and there's a whole lot that leads to it. I really like the part about life successful. I still remember Roberta Simons came to us and really talked about all kids, no matter where they're at, need to be life successful. And that may not be reaching that ACT score. It may not be college, but we want to make sure they have opportunities as well. Any comments or questions on? Yeah, these are the overarching.
More of a mission statement.
Yeah.
So the district performance plan will come back with actionable steps and everything, just like we need for our superintendent measure.
Do you have a committee for the district performance plan, or how do you, trustees allowed to have input in that, or know where we're at in the process there?
You guys have every bit to be part of that. Again, school administrators, students that we want to be able to be part of that. So there's going to be some either surveys that we'll end up doing. For me, again, I need to see what the state template is, and then we need to work towards building into that. But yes, you guys can be part of that. I don't know if we're necessarily going to do a workshop, but we'll figure that out.
I'd like to be a part of that, you know, as it progresses, rather than just getting it at the end, you know. That way, I feel like, you know, if there was something I was passionate about, you know, or a goal I was passionate about, it could be considered.
Do you have to be there as a citizen, or are you representing the being a trustee? Or when you say you want to be part of that?
Either way, I mean.
I think it's every kind of stakeholder we can think that way.
Yeah.
That we've been involved in that.
We all have opportunities for input, and ultimately we'll be approving it.
Yeah, ultimately, you guys have the final say on it.
So we'll have opportunity for input. Ongoing is going from goal to a final draft. We'll have input all the time.
I'll tell you what, I don't know if you felt that this was very helpful today, having this ability to have an open conversation and format and everything else, but this might not be a bad forum for putting that together. If you put a rough draft together and bringing that forward, this might be a good forum to do that.
You're gonna have to more or less do what the governor wants, right, in that group when they put out, like, in that AD, in all the things that they said. It's going to be measurable goals. Just by what he said, it looks like that's the direction they're going.
So there is all those accountability measures that are still there. So whether you put that in the DPP or not, we're still measured on it, we're still accountable to it. So that, I'm not worried about those pieces, you're gonna see them. It is really, what do you want me to focus? And to focus on more than 3 items, and you're gonna spread so thin that you're not gonna see the result. So you saw 6 in the acing accountability piece in itself. And then you got the STAR system, which has a multitude for elementary, middle, and high. And I don't even want to get into the funding commission. I don't even know what they've got going, but you got to narrow down the focus. And the board is definitely a big part of it. For me, I feel like I need to know what the state new template's going to look like. I've got to look at that, and I don't have any problem sending that out when I see it. And then I think we need to rough out some measurable objectives and kind of get it on paper so you guys have input. If you don't like something, we start looking at changing it. But I also am early in this stage. This is truly Wayne's cabinet still. So until I get some opportunities to be able to start running and start getting some of the stuff, it's still a work in progress. So let's see what the state offers during the next couple weeks. I'll send that template out once I see it.
I think the district performance plan should be made up of some board members, some administrators, some teachers, some students, some parents. I would even encourage some industry leaders or the people that are going to just be hiring kids that are graduating and go, what do you see is they're lacking when they come into the workforce, right? And that could be something that we reach out to as a community partnership and say, hey, look, you need to come in and sit and be part of this.
And that's something we do as part of the comprehensive local needs assessment for CTE, which a number of you sat in on that community meeting for that. And then we have the Perkins performance indicators, which is another accountability system solely for CTE as well, that we get judged on every year also. So, yeah.
Well, I would just want to make sure that there's no problems with quorum issues.
Absolutely. That's why perhaps a workshop format might be best. Well, it sounds like my cabinet's been put on notice. You may not have jobs after I leave, but
Armin?
On the record. On the record.
Let's get to that right after we buy this apology flowers.
I think so. But truly, as we wrap up, and I just want to thank every one of you for taking the time to be here today. for allowing us all the opportunity to have these open discussions, and whether we agree or not, it's good for us to have these open discussions and open dialogue and learn from each other. And I, for one, am, like I said, truly grateful for each one of you who essentially volunteered your time as board members. And I'm certainly grateful to my cabinet, and they've left mine. But truly, what an amazing group of people that I have the privilege of working with, and being able to help lead forward this school district and do whatever we can for our students. And so thank you all, and thank you for your time. I know it was a long day, but I feel it was an incredibly productive day. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Woodman. And yeah, I just want to, on behalf of the board, thank your cabinet for all the hard work that went into this day. There was a lot of reading. There was a lot of reading, and I think some robust discussion today. I appreciate the way that it flowed today as far as talking about all the different sections. I think one of the things that, we can all come out of this with is that, we have some great students in this district, that we're making some successful kids into adults, that are going to be productive members of our society when they leave. And I think go to Mr. Farr's point, a kid is not a test score. There's so much more that goes into them. And so, I'm happy with, definitely happy with the presentation. Thankful to Bridget for coming up with the superintendent evaluation tool. I know the hours and hours that she spent poring over different evaluation tools from other districts and talking about, ways of making it better for the superintendent. And I think she's definitely accomplished that goal. So appreciate all the hard work there, and appreciate everybody that, took the time to really put forward a good workshop, and thank you for that. For you and Mr. Logan's future cabinet. With the exception of you, I guess. That's about all I got, unless anybody else has anything.
No, Mr. President, I make that motion that we.
Sorry. Item number 9. Number 9.
No, sorry, my bad.
All right, so we're gonna move down to item number 9, discussion of possible action on agenda items for future board meetings or information item requests, including summary by the superintendent. Saying is being presented by myself and Mr. Wood.
So at this point, I don't have a list of anything. This is for you to have the opportunity to suggest agenda items for future board meetings. It doesn't have to be for March, but for future board meetings.
I would like to see that we add the new tool, evaluation tool, as Bridget has presented, so that we can adopt it.
Okay. And then I think we talked today a little bit too about the facilities update, master plan update. So I think that's something that we should also possibly bring back to the board meetings for consideration.
Go ahead, I'll go ahead.
The district performance plan, as far as having a workshop with that, maybe an update on when you think that'll be, when the state, when the state's gonna come out with their.
It's out.
They have a webinar to inform us and kind of train us on what that looks like in an electronic system and all that kind of stuff. So that's what we're attending at the end of March.
The 28th when that one runs, so it won't be off of that.
Okay, so maybe on the following month's agenda, we could have that.
Is that a little sooner, maybe?
Do you mean kind of a proposed DPP, or just see the template?
See the template initially, so we get an understanding what the state's gonna expect, but then, have a proposed date for a workshop.
Okay. Yeah, we can definitely work on that. We can try and get that template out as soon as we have it. I was just worried that you were taking an actual proposed district performance plan. That'll take some time to develop, so absolutely.
Mr. President, I've been working on the project with Mr. McIntyre, doing some research, and of course with Mr. Workman and others in here to help. We've been doing some survey on the life skills program that we'd like to present. So I'd like to at least give a presentation at the next meeting to discuss moving forward with that action.
The next meeting, we're talking March meeting or?
Yes.
Yeah, there's been a lot of work in the background, so, we should do that.
Okay. Alrighty, any further agenda item requests? Not hearing any. Go down to item number 10, public participation. This is for items not listed on the agenda. At this point, I do not see any public. Close that. And number 11.